Hello and welcome back to Magic in the Noise. Today I have Michael with us. Hello, Michael.
Hey everybody, my name is Michael.
And Michael, tell us a little bit about yourself as a remote viewer.
Yeah, sure. So I started remote viewing about, I think just under 2 years ago. I started about like March 2024. I started joining some of the monthly live streams that Satch was having on. I was doing more of a free form remote viewing, saw a couple of methods of, CRV and so on online, decided to try it. And yeah, eventually I started getting a bit more target contact, a bit more detail and precision. And then I rolled in Sasha's full spectrum illumination Cullen program this January. And that was essentially when I started to get really into remote viewing, like doing like hours and hours of it, like every week almost. And started really kind of enjoying the entire craft of getting to know myself much deeper and be able to kind of explore those worlds within myself, and that's the one we encompass as well there. And so I kind of really feel like I've unlocked something in myself through learning some of these methodologies. So I'm just excited to be along with that exploration and along with that journey.
And I have to say, Michael, you've done spectacularly well with FSI, with remote viewing. And I always get excited to get your sessions. There's so much data. It's so fun. And like you, I also produce a large volume of data when I do my sessions. So I thought it would be good for you to also kind of come and discuss my data with me because we both have that type of remote viewing where we get a lot of conceptual data. We really go deep and we bring back a lot of detail. So I thought you'd appreciate that my style being so similar to yours. And one of the things I did want to say about remote viewing and the different types of remote viewing is I've always believed that the creator of the system imbues their system with a little bit of their own gift. And so when I do CRV, you can kind of, I feel like I'm accessing a little bit of Ingo Swan's way of seeing things. And he was an artist and he was very visual. And so that kind of comes through. When I do HRVG, I can kind of taste a little bit of the creator of HRVG in how the data comes through. And what I'm excited to see is that in the FSI students, you included, and maybe especially, you get concepts in your tastes. And that's how I get data, is through taste as a sensory modality. It's a little bit of synesthesia. And so it's funny to me to see the students that didn't come in with the synesthesia start to have these really accurate concepts coming into their taste column. What do you think
Yeah, it
about
was a bit of a really fun Easter egg with that, and just learn to kind of probe and really see like how like fractally like almost one piece of data kind of contains almost like the rest of the target in it as well. You just kind of have to know where to find it and kind of like tunnel backwards to it. And yeah, it's been a
Yes.
really kind of fun journey exploring that and just seeing like almost how are we kind of parse information out ourselves and kind of what the information fields doing with that and with us kind of in the end ultimately.
Yes. Yeah. And so tonight we're going to be talking about the telepathy tapes. So back in March, this is how far I am on my list of to-do items. I'm so behind that I'm now sharing a session I did back in March. But during the lunar eclipse, David and I in Magic in the Noise, we're trying to push the limits of remote viewing, what it can do, what we can do as individual remote viewers. And so we were always kind of experimenting, trying new things as we push those boundaries. And I thought, we've been talking about local sidereal time, which is at a certain time in your alignment to the stars rather than your alignment to the sun. People report getting better remote viewing results depending on geomagnetic flux, but the main point of it is that at 3 in the morning, a lot of people seem to do better. They get better results. And so I was thinking about this, and I thought during the lunar eclipse, right at its peak, let's try to remote view then. And then just see, does that give us different results? Do we do better? Do we not? And so on the night of the March eclipse, the lunar eclipse, I had given David a target and he gave me a target code, and we both worked our sessions independently. And then this is the data that I got. So for David, that was his session on Persinger's helmet and the device. And you can see that in a video on this channel and on our Patreon as well. And for me, I did my session, and then it turned out that when I got my target feedback, it was the hill from the telepathy tapes. And what's so funny about this is that I actually had assigned the hill from the telepathy tapes to the group live stream for the next month. And so I didn't know when I assigned it to the group that it was the target that I had been working on. But I think those kind of synchronicities tend to happen. And, as a remote viewer, I never try to guess what my target is. I just try to provide as much data, helpful data, relevant data, useful data as I can without thinking too much about what it is that I'm describing, because that can really lead you astray. It can lead you to simplify your target. You don't get as much good data. So in full spectrum illumination, the method, the system that I've developed, I don't worry about doing a summary at the end. I don't try to wrap it up with a bow on it and say, this is what it is. Because I find that then from the beginning of your session, subconsciously you're trying to guess, what is the target? Is it this? Is it that? I think it's better to just let that go and say, it doesn't matter what it is. What matters is the data that I'm recording. And so, yeah, so that's why it was kind of funny when I got the target reveal and I was like, oh, it's the hill. I just finished assigning this to the live stream group. So if people want to see Michael's data on the hill, you can see it in the live streams on this channel later after we're done this live stream. You can go check that out. That was back in April. So yeah, did you want to say a few things about that, Michael, before I put up the slides?
Yeah, for me, what it kind of stuck out most strongly was, just not trying to learn what the target is or overdetermine things. For me, I would have found is you ultimately just need to just surrender to your curiosity and to your wonder, because we have this kind of left brain that always tries to put things into boxes and to overdetermine solutions, and overfit things, so it all makes like a tidy package. And that's very much just our own cognitive biases kind of getting in the way of what the data actually is maybe trying to show us ultimately. So there was really like a discipline to getting out of your own way and just allowing that kind of, that joy, curiosity, that wonder to kind of come through. And just allow yourself to be kind of an instrument for this data that follows your intention there.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to let you keep talking for a bit while I try to find my camera. It decided to go for a little walk.
Yeah, for sure. I saw it. It was like turning its eyes skyward a little bit.
I'm using a different mouse. Did you enjoy the hill as a target? Did you find it was more challenging or did you find that the data came through more easily?
It was incredible, really, Sasha. Stuff just came out, and I felt like very, like I had to keep up with it a little bit almost. It's like, okay, it's just leading with that. I'm just, like I mentioned with the surrendering, I'm just being present as much as possible, because I feel like there's so much things you can just kind of pull on, and it's like kind of like poke a water balloon or like peck at it, it kind of like, bursts open, and it's like, okay, I have to collect this all now with my hands and put it on the page.
Yeah, I did feel that way with your data. There was so much of it. And that's how I felt for me as well when I was doing the telepathy tapes. The data just kept pouring through me. And there was something that was quite unique. And I don't know if this is because I did it during the lunar eclipse or if it's because of the nature of the target itself. But the visual aspect of, we're going to see it in the slides in a moment, but the visual aspect came through so strongly, so vividly. And for me, because I rarely get visual data, it was quite striking. And so I don't know if that's the lunar eclipse. I don't know if it's because of the nature of the target, the hill. So definitely a lot of data that came through. But I think because you also had so much data coming in, I think it has to do with the target itself being really shiny.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
right.
We'll go into that later, though.
And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to center myself a little bit in my camera, and then I'm going to put the slides up.
All right.
And we should say hello to the people in chat. So people in chat, so we have Paul Shields, hello, Pedro, Pedro says he's heard it's 1350 sidereal time. I think 1330 sidereal time, local sidereal time is when people get a bit of a boost in their remote viewing ability, but it depends on the geomagnetic flux. If there's a lot of noise or if there isn't, if it's changing or if it isn't. There's some really interesting articles about that. Maybe I'll put some of them in the comments down below.
Yeah. Wonder, do you suppose altitude may have something to do with it too? Or we're doing it in like an airplane, for example, or
Yeah, I tried doing remote viewing on the plane. Actually, I went to a conference in Europe recently, and because I was thinking it's essentially cozy ref mirror if it's an aluminum tube flying in the sky, but they're not anymore. Now they're carbon fiber, the newer planes, so it's not an aluminum tube. But yes, I do think that the higher you go, uh, because the Earth's magnetic field is different at elevation, right? You have different electrical properties of the atmosphere itself, so different conductivity. So I do think probably it is. Yeah,
that'd be so freaky if, like flying an airplane was the equivalent of being in a quasi rev mirror, because you'd have these regular passengers and ordinary people suddenly being exposed to all this like these information or these like more like celestial energies or whatever is being allowed to permeate there. That's why they've removed that feature.
That's probably why they changed to carbon. Yeah, that's probably why they changed to carbon fiber from aluminum, because people were having a little bit of precognition, maybe.
Yeah.
And so let me grab this a little bit differently so that we can see things better. Does that work? No, because it's kind of behind us. I'm just trying to find
There we go.
That works. Okay, so as we go, I'm going to change the view from the slides to our faces so that we can talk and engage a little bit more with you in the audience. And do feel free to put questions and comments in chat, because we'll be keeping an eye on those as well.
Yep. Like, comment, subscribe, leave a message. I love hearing from y'all.
No, that's perfect. And so, yeah, so the target is the hill. And just a few quick notes if you're new here and you're not too clear on what remote viewing is. It's the application of psychic ability in a more controlled and science-based way. Science-based meaning you do it in a way that you can replicate. You're collecting data, you're replicating your experiment, and you're getting similar results. And a conscious way, so it's not necessarily spontaneous, it's not lucid dreaming, it's not waking up from a dream and being like, oh, I saw the future. That's different from remote viewing. Remote viewing is following protocols that we've established to improve the accuracy and the relevance of that psychic data, while also incorporating our own individual sparkle or magic or personality to it as well. And the telepathy tapes, in case anybody doesn't know, in case you're here for the remote viewing and you're new to the telepathy tapes, it's a 2024 podcast series by Kai Dickens. And she basically explored the alleged telepathic and other psychic abilities in non-speaking autistic children. And so these children were communicating with their parents, their teachers, and researchers, and they were showing signs of telepathy. And the more that they dug into it, the more that they found that it seems like a real effect. And while they were investigating this phenomenon of these telepathic autistic children, they discovered the hill. So the hill is a concept within the podcast that seems to represent a spiritual plane or a mental kind of hangout spot where these non-speaking autistic individuals, they gather and they can communicate there telepathically with each other and with the knowledge gatherers that they come across there. So the session that you're going to see, this is my session, this is my data, and I collected it using my full spectrum illumination system of remote viewing that I'm quite pleased about. It was a lot of work to develop, and it works really well, and so I'm happy to be able to tell you about it. I have a new course, Introduction to Full Spectrum Illumination, and it starts November 1st. It's going to be level 1. This is exclusive, so not just anybody can sign up. So send me an email if you're interested, or you can send me a message through the website, because I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste my time. I don't want anyone wasting their money. If you're not a good fit for the program, then I'm not going to take your money and waste weeks of your life. But if you are a good fit, then we can work together and I'll teach you how to be an amazing remote viewer. This system that I've developed really works to unlock your psychic ability like no other remote viewing system. If you want to look at the testimonials on the website, there's the link there, magicinthenoise.com/FSI-about. And so all the students that have taken it are doing amazing remote viewing. I think that their progress has been spectacular. Michael, as we mentioned, is one of those students. It is, like I said, it's expensive, it's exclusive, but I think it's worth the money because it will teach you how to actually be a great remote viewer. And if you're watching this somewhere else, you can check out our other interviews on our Magic in the Noise Unlisted channel. So we have two channels, Magic in the Noise and Magic in the Noise Unlisted. The Unlisted is where we upload tips and tools, how to be a better remote viewer, different things that we're testing out, and interviews with guests. And so we have some really cool interviews there, with Ed Dames being one of them. And then we also have our Patreon. Tomorrow, I am going to upload to our Patreon. So tonight, let me just find the audience. So tonight, I'm talking to Michael about my Hill session. And then tomorrow night, I'm going to be posting only for our top tier patrons a conversation I had with John Dixon about the same session, but coming at it from a different tack, talking about different topics. There's so much data. There's so much we could touch upon and talk about. And so I decided it makes more sense to break it into kind of different approaches. And Michael and John have different interests. And so we talked about kind of different aspects of it. So tomorrow on the Patreon, I'll be uploading my conversation with John Dixon. So people can check that out. I thought instead of ending with a summary that I would start with a summary to kind of give you a sense of what you're here to see and what you're going to learn if you stick around for the live stream. So the Hill, from my data suggests that the Hill is one of many constructs that exist. It appears to be a sort of technology rather than a naturally emergent soul space. And that was surprising to me. And I want to say here, what we're going to talk about, I'm not telling you what I believe about the Hill, what it is, how it works. And we're not necessarily saying what Michael believes about the Hill. We're talking about the data and ideas related to the data and information that backs up the data that was collected. And so please keep that in mind, that these are not my beliefs. Some of them I am still trying to reconcile with my understanding of reality, and it's tough. And so, yeah, so just take that into account, that if you disagree, that's fine. You can say, what your opinion is, how you see things, but just keep in mind that we're not expressing our opinions. We're just talking about data that was collected by remote viewing. And so it seems that the Hill is related to the afterlife. And this is something that was touched upon in the interviews where the children reported having had an interaction with someone that had passed after they passed on the Hill. So we're going to talk about that tonight. And we're going to talk about these as being artificial or constructed realms, constructed by a technology that is so far beyond us that compared to it, we're like primitive cavemen with wooden spears. And that's in the data that I really felt was, these cavemen with wooden spears, and they see something so advanced that they just can't make sense of it properly. And so that was in my data for the Hill. It seems from the data that we can go to the realms coded for our group naturally, but we can also sneak into realms that are coded for other groups if we can match the soul frequency for those other groups. There are security measures in place, and we're going to talk about those as well. And then there's military interest in these places. And we're going to talk a little bit about CERN and Project Looking Glass and get into a little bit about that. Some of the questions that we hope to talk about, and we hope that you'll have insights into, is our reality a neglected, maybe even abandoned simulation type of realm? And can we exit the artificial constructs to go to active realms? The active realms being those that are maybe more actively monitored or engaged with somehow. And then if we leave these abandoned places to avoid being dissolved and having our dissolved energy recycled, this idea of like soul recycling, how do we do that? The answers came through in the data. So we're going to talk about that and finding the keys to avoid that dissolution. And then there's some secrets that I'll share, but we'll do those at the end. Does that sound good, Michael?
Yeah, full speed ahead.
Perfect. And so I wanted to touch on this because it's so strange and so odd, and it only kind of came across my radar later in the analysis. And that is the idea of the Alice Project, the Project Looking Glass, basically. So there's a person called Dan Burish, and he's been associated with Area 51. He came out and had all these testimonies about Project Looking Glass, and that's supposedly a secret government program that was investigating time travel and Stargate technology. Now, from what it seems in my data and the data about these secret projects, the Stargate project, and Project Looking Glass in particular, it's not clear to me that the time travel was physical. I suspect that it might have been more kind of by location, like we do when we're successfully remote viewing, like we do when we go to a place like the Hill. And so I think that it's interesting to think about, what does that mean in terms of what this information is about this technology. So Burish, he described where it was, how it worked. I think he talked about some who was there. The project was managed by Majestic 12, and it was, some of the claims are maybe a little bit weirder, back engineered tech from ancient civilizations. But when you start looking at my data, there's a parallel to some of this. And I do wonder if Project Looking Glass might have been related to the Hill in the sense that they're using the same kind of consciousness abilities that we use as remote viewers, that autistic children are using to go to this constructed realm. Is the military doing the same thing with technology, whereas we're doing it with our conscious will and our training, our enlightenment maybe, and the military is doing it with tech? I think that might be the case. And I do think that when I'm describing the Hill and how to get there, the tasking was describe the Hill, describe the children, but also describe how remote viewers can get there. And what's interesting to me is that then here I'm describing what sounds a lot like Project Looking Glass and what sounds a lot like CERN. And so we'll look at, is there a relationship between what CERN is doing and what the military was doing with Project Looking Glass. Because you'll see as we move through my data, I have a lot of references to Alice and Alice in Wonderland. And it was the Alice project, and it was on the Alice floor that they had the Project Looking Glass. What do you think of all of this, just as a kind of opening, Michael? Is that a bit weird, or what were your thoughts when you were kind of looking at that?
For me, I think it's just less about kind of like whatever's in with the Overton window. For me, it's more just like kind of following where the data leads us with that, and this association with like Alice in Wonderland. I think of like the Hill and the Telepathy tapes. I think, Alice in Wonderland is about this like young girl who has this like very active, mind, and she's kind of in this completely new, curious, paradoxical world and so on. And it's just, I think, really as well just about being open to a lot of like the very wondrous things that are in our reality that are kind of not really often talked about or shared about. And yeah, with the technology aspect too is also quite interesting in that, there's people always want to like find some way to, put exercise in a pill, for example. And, like, I think that kind of inherent kind of like laziness. There's a lot of intelligence required. Obviously, some of this knowledge makes us like cavemen, but there's also like some kind of a bit of bypassing in that too, on some level, I think, when it comes to just our natural relationship with the universe there too.
Definitely looking for the easy way. And especially for the military, they might not want to spend years developing people like us to the point where we can reliably go back to the same realm and bring data back, especially if they're wanting us to bilocate to the future. This ties into, David and I have had conversations about things, Project Pegasus, the Montauk chair. And these are things, I will be making videos about these. We will be releasing videos about these topics because they're all so interrelated. One of the things that I found as I move through time is the data stream, the Akashic records, source, if you will. We use different terms, but it's all the same kind of thing. And so I'm going to call it the data stream because that's how I refer to it. The data stream seems to track what we're working on over time. And it doesn't, so like I can see data coming through and insights and synchronicities that start to tie all our sessions together. And it's incredible, and it's amazing to see the synchronicities. But so I think that there is something that's kind of building, that there's a message that's building through all the sessions David and I are working for Mint. And even in the live stream, I come up with those by myself, the targets that I'm going to give you guys, and I decide month to month. Sometimes I decide the day of, sometimes 3 months earlier I'm kind of planning something. But some of those I see tie-ins to what David and I seem to be building in terms of like a data set about reality. And so yeah, I just wanted to kind of talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I kind of reflects as well, just even working in throat viewing as well, that there is definitely feels like there's some kind of intelligence or creativity behind the places where we find this information. It's like
Yes.
reality, or this, wherever this is, source, data stream, and so on, like wants this information to get out there because I think it's giving to those who ask for it. And if we are coming at it with that prerequisite humility, we're here to kind of bring back data, we're here to learn more about reality. I think that's what ultimately kind of really gets kind of honored in that
I
exchange.
often find that, yes. And I often find that there'll be a point in my session, either in my open pages or at the end, where sometimes the data stream will say, look, you're here anyway. You're super deep in the right state. You're vibrating at a frequency where it's really easy to communicate with you. So here's a bunch of data about something else that I really want you to like get out there. And I can kind of feel it. Sometimes it's for me, so that I'm like, okay, this page is just for me. Or, sometimes the numbering of my sessions, I'll hold back pages because I'm like, this is not for you. This is just for me about something else that the data stream wanted to talk about. And so I do think that, yeah, I find that the data stream has things that it's trying to tell you, it's trying to communicate.
Yeah.
I want to just respond to some of the things in the chat. Pedro says, is the military that smart in terms of the Project Looking Glass? I think that, yeah, in some of the, they have DARPA, they have the precursor, which was ARPA. They have a lot of secret projects, and they have a lot of smart people. Paul Smith, I read his dissertation last year on remote influencing, and he's brilliant. He was in the Stargate project, remote viewing for the military. They have people like that, and they're doing amazing work behind the scenes, and they're keeping it secret from the public. And so, yeah, I think that there are groups in the military that are, but again, I think that they lack insight because they come to it from such a structured, rigid way of thinking and assessing, and I think that holds them back. And I don't think they're able to do what we can do. I don't think they're able to do what I can do. I don't think they're able to go where I can go with the ease that I can go there. I think they have to build this huge device with argon gas, and they have to all this energy sucking and they have to have plasma, whereas I just need a beeswax candle, a little bit of quiet, and a good pen. That's kind of a low budget, and I think I can get better data than they're getting because I understand what I'm doing. And I think that's the problem with technology. When you're using technology to get there, you don't understand what you're doing, you don't understand the data that you're dealing with. So as a remote viewer, we know the data in the data stream doesn't mean it's true. It just means that it's data about the target. I can remote view Harry Potter, and I always use Harry Potter's bedroom because it's the easiest one. Actually, it's because I used it once, and now I just go back to the same example. But there are books about Harry Potter. There are movies about Harry Potter. There's fan fiction. There's boys fantasizing about Harry Potter. And so there's so much information in the data stream about his bedroom, his favorite wand, what he's doing, what he's having for lunch, because it's written and it's created encrypted and it's everywhere, that exists in the data stream, and you can go and collect that data and you can see it and interact with that data. And so I think what the military doesn't realize is you can go into your project looking glass technological device and go visit Harry Potter's bedroom. But it doesn't mean that his room is real, and it doesn't mean that he exists. It means that you're having an embodied experience of the data. And that's, I think, why they ended up officially scrapping the project, because I don't think they understand how to make sense of that. So when they get data and it's conflicting data, or they see a future and then that future doesn't come to pass and they don't understand what they've done wrong, I think it's because they don't understand the nature of the data that they're dealing with. Does that make sense to you?
Certainly, yeah. Like I know there's a ton of unacknowledged special access projects that are around that could be exploring this type of information, but it's like wherever you go, there you are. Even if you use technology to get to where you are, it's still your own like mindset, your own biases, your own wishful thinking, your own cultural programming that's kind of built into the package there, and that's always going to kind of act as like a sieve for what you're actually able to receive there.
And that's one of the things that you'll see in my session that I try so hard not to do. I try to not let my own bias creep in. So I try not to make sense of the data. I just try to record. But even then, you're recording what you're seeing, but what you're seeing is shaped by what you know. Another comment before we go to the next slide about sidereal time. Is something in the heavens supporting psi, or is it something that hinders it in terms of why it works better at 1330? The mythology says that, oh, the galactic center is behind the Earth at 1330, and so that blocks all the electromagnetic frequencies from the galactic center, and that's why you can do better remote viewing. But I looked up with Stellarium, and that's just not the case at all. The galactic center is not behind the body of the Earth at 1330. In fact, Ophiuchus is rising in your circle of vision or influence, electromagnetic influence, at 1330 local sidereal time. So, and it doesn't matter when that time is, if it's day or night. When you strip off the atmosphere and look at what the constellations are doing, you always see Ophiuchus rising. And so I think there is something about the magnetic field of the Earth and how that's influenced, how that's rotating, that either hinders your remote viewing ability or enhances it. But that's too much of a complex conversation for tonight. So let's dive into the next slide. But it is an interesting question, Paul, and it's a really interesting insight to say, like, what's happening here. So yeah. Okay. And so one of the things I thought was interesting, there's two Alices, Alice in Wonderland. There's Alice of the Project Looking Glass, and then there's the Alice at CERN. And so one of the Large Hadron Colliders at CERN is called Alice. And I'm just trying to move things around so I can read some of this here. But so at Alice, at that device, they have made observations, and they're looking at cosmic ray theory. They're looking at gamma ray bursts, and that's intriguing because in my session, I was talking about gamma radiation. And it's an interesting tie-in because it ties in not just to the Alice experiments at CERN, but also to gamma as a brainwave state. And we're going to see that in a few slides. But in this page where I'm talking about that, I'm talking a lot about this idea of changing lead into gold. And I thought it was really funny that Alice is actually used they're basically shooting ions at lead and sometimes at gold for their reactions. But we'll see more about that in a few slides. I just wanted to introduce those two concepts of Alice at CERN and then Alice at Project Looking Glass. Is it going to let me?
Yeah, some of the subatomic science is pretty interesting. How it's like the temperatures of the collisions, it like melts like the protons and neutrons into like the quarks and gluons, and then you've seen very interesting things where you pull one of them out and maybe other particles pop into existence, like create something coherent there, or it just like winks out entirely. So it's like, what influences that? Some kind of structuring going on there.
There's a YouTube channel, Demystify Psi, and is a physicist, and I don't know if it's his girlfriend or his wife, but she's also a scientist, but she's not a physicist, but she still contributes a lot to the conversation. They're talking about maybe particle physics is wrong and there's a better explanation. And I strongly believe that the particle physics is not the correct explanation of things, right? I do think that you have a field and you have these, plateaus of excitation that we think are particles, but when you smash something into them, then you have these different resonances, and we call those, oh, now all of a sudden there's all these hundreds of new particles. But yeah. So the telepathy tapes, this is just a little bit more about it, but we've already kind of defined it. But for people who are more interested, they can do their own research on YouTube. You can find all the telepathy tape interviews. It's a metaphysical space that we're talking about here, the hill. And then here's just an image from one of the videos. So that's their YouTube channel there. And here's an autistic young man who is trying to communicate. They use what they call spellers. So they use these devices that have numbers and letters and symbols on them, and they just point at it. And that's how they communicate with their assistants, who then help them communicate with their parents or with others. And in this case, with Kai Dickens, the documentary maker. And this is how they figured out that they were telepathic, because they would ask the mother a question, or they would show their mother a number or a symbol, and then the children were able to say exactly what number she was looking at. And so that's a little bit about that. And then I wanted to say this, it's funny because a few years ago, a friend of mine, one of my best friends from high school that I've known since high school, she sent me this image of the symptoms of autism in women and how it's different from those in men. How boys with autism avoid eye contact at all costs because it triggers the threat aggression notification system in their brain. So it makes them feel like you're threatening them when you make eye contact with them. Whereas for girls, it's the opposite. Girls tend to make too much eye contact, girls with autism, because they can't translate the facial cues, and they're not good at reading the implicit subtext. So they're staring into your eyes, trying to figure out, like, what is the subtext of this sentence? And I do that. Oh my goodness. And so it was just funny to me to see, like, all these things, and I recognized myself in them. I appreciate she's such a good friend to kind of send me that, to be like, I think that maybe you need to reassess some of these things about you, because I think when you're different and you're weird, it's easy to hate yourself for it, and to kind of think, I'm bad and I'm wrong and I don't fit in and I don't know how to interact with the humans, and it's just, I'm the problem. And then to kind of find out, like, yeah, you are the problem, but there are a lot of other people that are like you in these very similar ways. And so it makes it feel a little bit more okay that it's hard to interact with the humans, right?
Yeah.
Easily.
It's
Right.
pretty normal as well for people to think that they're the problem or carry around shame or guilt for this other things, like, not being tall enough, like if you're a guy or whatever, everything
Yes.
else there. So yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely can relate as well. I'm a bit on the spectrum myself as well too. I had a late diagnosis, but yeah,
Yeah.
I can relate to some of that for sure too. But for me, it was just like getting a lot more attuned with myself, my own nervous system. That's what immensely advanced my ability to connect with others just a lot more too, because the same thing that disconnects us from ourselves disconnects us from other people, and that's like from a nervous system perspective entirely too.
I agree with that. And I think for me, I grew up in a place where, no, there wasn't, like, you wouldn't say, oh, I'm on the spectrum, and then people make allowances for you. It was like, you're weird, so we're going to bully you. So you better try to hide how weird you are, because otherwise we're going to try to bully you even more, right? And I actually think that that was good to some extent, because I think that I'm so much more normal than I would otherwise have been if I had been more, I had to learn to cope. I had to learn to kind of mitigate the weirdness. I had to learn to, like, remind myself, sometimes when you're talking to someone, every now and again, probably you should break eye contact and look down somewhere else just to make them feel more comfortable, right? Like, I had to learn that because people didn't make allowances. And I think that that's good, because I think now I'm a lot more normal, I think, than I would have been otherwise, right? I can engage in, interactions and come off as a normal human sometimes.
Yeah, and until I open my mouth and I like to talk about,
Right?
ESP and stuff.
Exactly. The obsessions start coming out. uh, and so when I was doing this target, it just felt very personal to me. And part of the tasking was to describe the children. That was one of the subtasks. And I was describing my own childhood. I was seeing myself data from my childhood. And so I thought that was an interesting link, maybe, or it was interesting kind of confirmation to me. And now I wonder if some of my remote viewing ability is maybe tied to that, to being on the spectrum. Um, and maybe that opens up that little bit of an ease that the non-verbal children have who have autism. So I wonder if people who are a little bit on the spectrum have a little bit more of that thread. I think it would be worth investigating, right? How many of us in the remote viewing community who are better remote viewers, how many of us have that little bit of weirdness?
Yeah, I can see that, especially from like if you're like nonverbal, like a developing nervous system, that's like very much how, younger children connect with their parents is through talking and, the babbling back and forth. And if that's not really accessible, it's like, they still know the parents, so they want to connect with them. So it's like there's other avenues they're trying to reach out to that can maybe provide that sense of nourishment, that like maybe some sort of like bilocation with their like own emotional presence and so on there.
Yes, and like I was saying earlier about how the eye contact thing, I make such strong eye contact because I can't read your visual face. I can't read facial cues. I don't understand context necessarily that's not explicitly said. I don't know all the girl code. They have all these things that you're supposed to know and it doesn't have to be said, but I don't know it. So
Mm.
conversations can be kind of with women, maybe a little bit harder. Um, so it would make sense to me that we're always trying so hard to understand that we're strengthening our psychic ability because we're pushing to try to connect with people on any level that we can access to try to figure out what do they really mean. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So here's in my early session, I saw this, and I think it was just interesting data that really describes the target quite well. I was trying to get, because I was seeing, we're going to see some of my first pages in the next couple slides. I think this was my second or third page, but I was determined to get a physical description because I was getting the plasma, and I kind of thought, this is a little bit weird. So I was really trying to force myself, like, Sasha, get a physical description, do this right. And it's funny because it came through. I think it is a good description of the hill. I had this hole in reality, like a doorway. The reality on the other side of the doorway is more vivid. And again, that idea of the home of the ancestor, right? I kind of felt like the conceptual taste of my grandparents' house. And then I saw these primitive humans that were trying to contain for observation and study. They were trying to see and understand such an advanced technological phenomenon that it seems nearly indistinguishable from a natural phenomenon. They use crude tools. This, I think, is the military using crude tools. And some have a desire to understand this in order to weaponize it. But their own weaponry is so primitive. And the phenomenon is so far beyond them. It's like a Stargate transporter of liquid light to cavemen. So the data that you're seeing here on this slide, I typed it out for this live stream, but this is exactly what I wrote on my pages. And at some point, maybe I'll make the raw accessible to people. So what did you think of this when you saw it, Michael?
Yeah, definitely. For me, the arrow is kind of interesting, like piercing the veil, and also it seems to be like be a composite almost. It looks almost as well like a path leading up to like this like peaked hill as well, like behind this veil as well too. So
Oh, I hadn't seen it that way. You're right. Yes.
yeah, it's quite interesting. And I almost thought initially it was the may have been the children themselves or the people visiting the hill, kind of walking through that portal. The data itself, reading through that, just seems it's also part of people trying to yeah, use their own intelligence and sophistication to understand it, which does perhaps point to, like you mentioned as well, like a military interest in this target, just as a container or like a
Yeah,
microcosm of something that can be like picked apart and studied and monitored, perhaps even.
definitely. And just the, the military wanting to always trying to weaponize everything. It's disappointing to see. Um, for some reason, I've lost my background, so I don't really know what to do about that.
Hmm.
But I'll move it to the next slide in a moment as soon as I try this one more time, because otherwise I'm just sitting in front of a green screen. Okay, and then it's so this. Then I have this, and the sense of like exaltation when you leave this underground masses of humanity and you get to the top of this hill where everything just feels like paradise and it's fresh air and you're just free. And I wonder if this is the hill from the perspective of the autistic children. Um, and I mentioned here in my data there was a sense of Plato's cave somehow. And I thought you could explain that because that's something, you've read a lot about.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so Plato's Cave, that was like an analogy. He had a lot of written a lot of stories about dialogue Socrates, quote unquote, would have. People tend to think they were using Socrates as just a mouthpiece because he was like an authoritative, rebellious individual. Um, and the analogy of the cave was basically the idea that people were chained up in these caves and there were controllers or manipulators who were using puppets and torches and using the shadow, creating shadows on the walls that the chained people would be watching. And they would confuse this with like the actual real things, like the shadow of a man or a donkey. That's a real man, that's a real donkey, and so on. Following this is um, this little story where a man frees himself from this, begins to crawl out of the cave and emerge into this vibrant real world where they're not merely the shadows of things, but the true things in themselves. Like see real men, see real donkeys, see the actual sunshine, the true sunshine of the universe that's illuminating everything. It's not just these like small torches creating primitive like shadows on the wall there. So it's a pretty seminal like philosophical uh, story or like thought
Yeah.
experiments. And a lot of people kind of use that as an analogy for reality. A lot of people believe like Plato himself was using that for describing his world of ideas, that things are the physical reality we have is just like an imperfect reflection of this other world of true, real, and perfect forms, similar to if you're working in a gingerbread factory, you have all these different gingerbread men that you're creating from these molds, and maybe some of them are imperfect, they're like missing an arm or a leg here, but then there's like the perfect gingerbread man, like the ideal that's there, that's in this higher world that we can access. That in essence is the story of Plato's cave and how it kind of really ties into the Platonic philosophy
And I
that was
think that
quite popular.
yeah, and I think that that is, what I was referencing here, and those ideas. I've lost my green screen, so I'm going to be sitting in. I look like Christmas now for the rest of the video. I apologize, but all of a sudden my camera has decided that this is not green; it's gray, and so it won't recognize it as a green screen. So
Yeah,
Christmas it is.
Christmas in October.
I've been having, whenever you're sharing too much truth, technology goes wrong. Or whenever
It's
you're
true.
vibrating at that frequency, you tend to kind of disable all the electromagnetic devices around you. And I feel like every time I'm trying to do something and I'm really focused and it feels important, all the technology goes wrong all around me. So that's what's going on today. We're just going to push forward and not worry about it too much. Here
Yeah.
is a paint or a picture of Plato's cave that Michael just described so very well from the British Museum. So just to give people an idea. And so I really think that that sense of exaltation in the moment, I feel like, what is happening that this whichever human gets to go through this tube up into this kind of illusion of a paradise feels that exaltation. And now that I know what the target is, and it's an autistic child who can't communicate with their parents, they're stuck in a body that doesn't always cooperate with what they want, trying to do, trying to say. And so that freedom of going to this place where they can finally communicate easily, just with telepathy with other people. Um, I think that that's that exaltation and that sense of freedom coming through. And so you can see here where I kind of tried to dig in a little bit deeper on what is this place, what's going on here. Um, yeah, and there was this really strong idea of don't get stuck in this underground Plato's cave, this harsh mass of humanity. Like, do everything you can to avoid it and to go out into this other realm, this other construct. And how do you avoid being stuck here? And it really came through as being clean, pure, and sharp. And we're going to talk about that in the next slide. But what I find maybe more disturbing now is this sense of it being fake, that it doesn't go anywhere beyond, and it's just this limited place. And I had put child suited place, um suited for children, made for children, a childish virtual reality video game, a place to placate or satisfy children. um it felt like I kept getting the sense of like Mario Kart, and like Kart. My only reference to that is I remember I would babysit these kids when I was young. I was probably 13, and they lived out in the farm in the middle of nowhere, and they had a Mario Kart game, and that's the only kind of interaction that I had with it. So I associated, I think, with like babysitting little children and stuff. But it was interesting to me now seeing that I was picking up on the idea that this place is for children. It's made for children. It's suited for children. It feels like a video game for children, but also that it's fake.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
For me, like the Mario Kart analogy, I just kind of loved, and it's like one of those pieces of like strings of texts that, like, Plato's Cave, for example, just contains so much metaphor and so much like rich cross pollination with the other information in the session here. Mario Kart, for example, it's like, you're on some beautiful like racetrack in like, Santa Fe or somewhere. And, but it's like immediately you wander off the track, it's like you get pushed back onto it through the environment saying, okay, stay on the track, you're going the wrong way and this and that. And try and push the boundaries of it. It's like you kind of just fall out because it's like the gravity kind of is there, but you're like off the platform, and so it just really brings you back to the starting line again, and to go in circles again.
Oh, that makes sense. So it's
Yeah,
a bounded space.
for sure. It's like, yeah, a racetrack. It's fun, competitive, like oversimplistic in a way too, but yeah, very fake, plasticky, MS Windows
Yeah.
green grass meadow screen like you shared here. And one thing that stood out for me as well was, the previous data about Plato's cave is this idea is that people are they escape from these illusions and they go from the darkness into the light, into the real world. But in this image you're describing here, people are going from this dark, dim, confused place into this, bright, colorful place, but it's not more real. It's just faker in a way. And in some ways, like the dark area is like more like the real depiction because there's no like window dressing or anything. They have the
Yeah.
graphics card like splash all these colors everywhere.
Yes, and that I find, I don't know, disturbing or concerning or odd or strange because, and I think I have slides on this later, but um, you know, Julia Mossbridge, who is well known in the remote viewing community, she's one of the lights in the field. She talked about the hill and the telepathy tapes in an interview with Mayan Bioleak. And maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll wait till we get there. But just this idea of, are we being misled? Are we believing, and do we have beliefs based on, I could put this out as truth. I could paint myself as a prophet, prophetess, and say, I have seen the truth of the afterlife, and this is what it is unquestionably. And I could probably convert people to that belief system. And in a few centuries, people would forget my flaws, would forget how human I was, and they would remember me as maybe this prophetess that visited the afterlife and brought back this information about it. But if I don't quite understand it properly, then I might be misleading people. And there's something about that that we'll talk about when we get to those slides, but I just want the audience to kind of think about as we move further. So here's just some close-ups of some of the data that we've talked about. Yeah. And then the idea for me, my concern was because I didn't really understand where am I in all of this? Am I in the masses of humanity that are underneath the ground? Am I in this fake garden play or fake video game place? So my concern was how do I avoid being in the bad place? And this is the data that it came through to avoid being down in the darkness and the underground of the masses of humanity. Be clean, be pure. And we're going to see why this is important when we talk about the connection to the afterlife. Be pure, shine brightly, vividly. And the idea was about shining is like your will, your strength of personality, your strength of yourself. Be sharp, be crisp, sharp edges. And that's about your intent, your decision making. So I saw, like, the humans who are just these kind of gray blobs, they kind of have these wants. They want to have sex, they want to eat, tasty foods, they want to get along with other people, they want the house, they want the car that the neighbor has or that the celebrity has, they want those same things, and they just kind of go along with everybody else. They don't have their own decision making ability. And then I saw, if you want to avoid being down there in the bad place, in the place where we're going to see in a few slides later, you end up getting recycled. You have to have desires, not wants. You have to choose paths for yourself, new paths, free paths. Don't just go along and be a template. Don't follow the script. Become real, becomes a choice maker. And also it has to do with frequency. If your frequency is all kind of soft and blurry, that's very different from something that has really sharp, clean, clear frequency. I saw that as being really important. Did you have a response to this when you saw it? Were you surprised, or is there anything there that you thought was kind of weird?
For this, a lot of it kind of aligns with my own personal philosophy anyway. Yeah, for me, what emerges really is just that you pay attention to reality and you discern like truth from falsehoods, and you can make decisions based on your knowledge and like move in different directions. Because I think if people just go with the flow, like we kind of found in the Mario Kart sort of analogy there, people have like a million reasons not to like, work on themselves or to, make themselves better in some ways and like see reality more because, comforting illusions are, they're pleasant for a reason. Yeah, and people can just get stuck there, I think, or not really see the possibilities that are really there. And I think in some ways, the kind of flatness of the reality they experience is almost like a reflection of that, of their own, depths of like really, probing, kind of seeing what's really, in themselves and like what's really behind some of the way the world is or how we show up even as well.
Definitely. And it does fit into intuitions that I've been having for myself about how to live. That idea of, because I'm a hard person. I have opinions. I have ideas about how things are. I make my own choices. I don't live a very normal life. I'm a remote viewer. I make remote viewing videos on YouTube. Like those are all strange things to try to explain to people who have a 9-to-5 job and they have kids and they have the house that they are supposed to have and they have the car that looks like the car that everybody else has. And, they're so, and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing because it makes them happy, but sometimes I feel like I'm doing it wrong because my life is so different. But then this is like, oh, maybe I'm not doing it wrong. Maybe this is the right path to make sure that the choices that you make are yours. And if you want to choose to live a life that fits the template of, your social circle, as long as that's your choice, then that's fine. If it's not your choice, if you're just going along with it, I think that's where the problem comes in. But if you're actively choosing, if you're saying, I want the same car as everybody else in my friend circle is buying because it'll make me feel like I fit in better. And if something goes wrong with it, they'll be able to give me advice. And then yeah, you're making the choice. But if you're not really sure why you're buying it, but you could just kind of want it and everybody else has, I think that's where you start becoming the blob, the great blob. I don't
Yeah.
know, maybe that's offensive to people. I'm seeing the view count drop as I say this. I think I'm offending people, but but again, this is the data, right? And there's only so much you can do. But just to maybe explain, so I was probing like, okay, let's make this really clear for myself, for my tasker, and then if there's an audience for it, for them as well. So I was like, how do you, I'm asking the data stream, like, how is want different from desire, and this idea of will? And I got that back, this idea of like want things that transcend human animal wants. Human animal wants for sex or food, for comfort, those are blurry and they can be intense, but they're not clean and they're not complex. They're not colorful. That's how the data came through to me, that they're not colorful. Um, so it doesn't mean that you don't want sex, but there's a difference between just this like animalistic lust where you just, you're getting off to get off, and something different, something that's clean and it's pure and it's joyful, and it can still be less and it can still be sex, but it's there's that light to it, there's that celebration of humanity, of your own humanity in it, and that's very different. There's one thing where you watch porn and you do what you see because that satisfies your human animal wants, and having joyful sex because you want to connect with someone and you want to celebrate that intimacy. I think that something along those lines is kind of coming through.
Yeah, it relates for sure. It's like like some people just want to play Mario Kart, and that's there for them. And there's a difference between like the making the right choice, quote unquote, or like the right choice, making the right choice for me.
Yes.
So it's kind of like has some self acceptance around that too, and kind of what my process and my growth is and everything, and like what I just what gives me happiness and those that care about happiness and so on.
Yeah, and I think there's something, the way it came through is really, it felt so clear to me in the moment and I understood but it's so, I think, hard to communicate using words. But there really is this difference between the desires that you have and the wants, even when they're for the same thing. You can desire intimacy and connection, you can have a wanting for intimacy and connection, but there's a difference in how that comes through. um, and then this came through more vaguely, so I wrote and something about, right, like I was like, I can't quite get the words for it, but the notion, the concept that's being given to me is like something about NPCs, non-player characters versus agentic will, the sharp delineation of individual identity, choice making. So that idea of like, I am an individual and I choose these things. I'm not just choosing them out of an instinct that's triggered in me by the ads around me or the people around me, right? And I think as we move into, there's so many ads now, and there's so much social engineering, and there's so much technology trying to shape your choices, that I think it's more and more important to remember this, or to think about this, like really try to be an agent, to have agency. Don't just be a robot reacting to the world, but actually actively choose things and have a reason for why you're choosing them, I think maybe is the message. And so I kind of included this slide. This is just kind of a conceptual mapping of like, okay, here's the data that I have so far. And I just wanted to show people just how much the blue, the aquamarine, kind of kept coming through in so much of my data. And so let's talk about that a little bit. So this is one of, I think this is, the first page of my session. This is the first thing that I saw. And it came through like a liquid light. Everywhere in the first half of my session, I keep writing down liquid light, because it was coming through so intensely. But also the data stream was like, that's close, but not quite what I'm trying to tell you. So every time I write it down, liquid light, I'm hoping that I'll understand the nuance better. It's like liquid light, but it's not. And we're going to see in a few slides the concept of glasma. And I think it has to do with glasma, which is a different state of plasma. But for here, you can just see that I think this is really strong target contact for my first page, where I'm just trying to get an overview of the target concept, and it came through as scientific device and measurement, experimental investigation, and people are observing this, and it's not very well understood, and it feels like a Stargate. And there's the barrier for safety or precaution is something that comes up in the conversation around the telepathy tapes, because people were worried that by putting this information out about the hill, everyone who has enough psychic ability would start trying to go there and would be pestering the autistic children. But there are security measures that they have that prevents people from annoying them. They can kind of kick people out. And also, if you can't match the frequency, you can't get there anyway. This is probably why the military maybe can't get there, because they can't match the right frequency. And then I wanted to talk about this in particular. I sent an invite to Brett Stewart for this live stream. And Brett, if you're watching either during the live stream or after it, please leave a comment down below to maybe comment on this. I remember years and years ago, Brett Stewart, who is a remote viewer, a very well-known remote viewer in the community, he had his Technical Intuitions business, and he does amazing remote viewing of crypto chart graphs. He's really good. And so he had remote viewing groups for a while that were working for him. So he was the tasker, and then he would do the analysis, and then the other people would do the remote viewing for him, and he would kind of share the data like we're doing today. And he had a session that just kind of everyone saw it, everyone watched it, everyone in the remote viewing community and everybody outside of the remote viewing community. And it was about moksha. It was about the death process. And in it, a number of his remote viewers had brought through this idea of having to place yourself at a 45-degree angle somehow. And when I watched that, I had some ideas of what that might be about. I never thought it was physically about the 45-degree angle. I do think that the idea of local sidereal time, the idea that there are angles of the sky, the magnetic field itself changes. It's a different orientation during the day than it is at night. So I kind of thought it had maybe more to do with things along those lines. And so in my session, when I found out what the target was and I was going through my data and doing a bit of an analysis, the importance, the idea of like 35-degree angle or maybe 33, I couldn't figure out if it was 35 or 33. And the reason for that is because it was coming through as 35 degrees, but because 33 degrees is the esoteric, the Freemasons, that, you always talk about the 33 degrees, right? And so yes, right. And it's a double number. It's 3 3, and 3 is a sacred number. So like there's so many reasons for 33 to interfere, to come in and be, oh, are you talking about me? Are you sure you're not talking about me? Are you maybe talking about me? Right? So I'm like, I think I'm talking about the number 35, but the number 33 keeps kind of wanting my attention. So I can't tell if it's because it is the number 33 and I'm wrong by saying 35, or if it's just the number 3 wanting attention because it's so shiny.
Yeah, it's interesting how like some repetitive elements can be just certain like coincidental associations with other elements of the data stream that kind of poke in and say, hey, you're talking about me, versus this liquid light kind of coming over again. It's like, okay, I'm going to keep sharing this with you until you get what I'm trying to share with you. Otherwise, just keep going.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
I do a session like that. It's like, oh, I'm not trying this again. All right, what are you actually trying to say here?
Yeah, like so I remember, so there's been a couple times where David's like, Sasha, there's a lot of repetition here. And I'm like, yeah, but there has to be, because every time I'm repeating it, the data stream is trying to like communicate it a little bit more clearly. And even if I'm writing the same thing down again, I'm opening myself up a little bit and I'm trying to understand. And at some point it'll click. And then I'm like, oh, that's what you've been trying to say all along, right?
Yeah. For myself, if I keep getting that, what I sometimes like to do is just maybe ask, tag a bit on my probing to say, okay, show this from a different angle I haven't covered yet. Because I mean, I have my groove pathways where some information is more accessible and salient than others, and it's really like, okay, now I've gotten that information. Now, where else can you kind of take me here? I don't want to just feel like I'm putting stuff on the page just for the sake of feeling, oh, I'm doing remote viewing here. But it's like it's not really kind of really following where the data wants to lead you, you know?
Yes. Yeah, and that's the right approach, right? Is to say, okay, you're trying, I'm not getting it, so like show it to me in a different way, or let's try through a different sensory modality, or let's just switch it around and let me see it from a different angle, right?
Mm.
Definitely. And so I would like to hear what Brett makes of this, because the angle being important came through in many of his remote viewers sessions. It was a really keen point that he mentioned. And for me, you can see I have all these drawings and I just keep like, it's so important that it's at a 35-degree angle. Like, this is so important.
Mhm.
um, and
Definitely.
I couldn't figure out why it doesn't matter. And I couldn't hear the answer. I couldn't understand the answer. I could just understand that it was important. Um, so,
Maybe I think you
yeah.
mentioned in some part of your session about how you can see something out of the corner of your eye, like peripheral vision. Because for me,
Yeah.
when I see an angle, I'm like, okay, what's the base here? Is it talking about like sea level, or like what is it? What are we orienting ourselves with respect to? There's like a difference between two spaces there. So
Yeah, and I asked, like, why 35-degree angle? And the data that came back was soft, and I was like, I think it's trying to tell me the angle of observation or the angle of access. And I probed that, and it was like, yes, it's more the angle of entry or the angle of perception to open it, to access the perception, to see this open. You have to be at a 35-degree angle. So your insight just now that maybe it has to do with peripheral vision. I wonder if that's what it is. I don't know, but I think, and I would want to see like local sidereal time and maybe 35 degrees from Ophiuchus rising, or maybe the magnetic field has to be, I don't know, right? Like, I think this is something that I want to be tasked as a separate project in and of itself. Like, explain the significance of the 35-degree angle in terms of the death process or in relation to this, right? These realms. I think that's a tasking that I hope to get at some point in the next couple of years, because I think
yeah,
that the data would be there for me. And I keep improving as a remote viewer. So if I keep improving over the next year, then the next time I have access to this data, I should be able to pull more information about it. Stephen Hall says the X in symbolism is diagonal, crossing energies through the core. So imagine a fairly flat X. Interesting.
yeah. I was thinking because I know some people who have like intuitive gifts. You can like diagnose like medical intuitives and so on. They look out of the corner of their eyes to do that, and there's also certain like parlor trick games on the internet you can play. They say focus on this white dot and have like the faces of celebrities on each side. And the longer you focus on the dot, like the more the face kind of morphs and changes because you have fewer photoreceptors outside the central vision area. And so because they're used to having a lot more data, it's like there's certain feedback loops that are developing that kind of embellish certain like facial features. You can see someone's eyes getting really, really big, for example,
Yeah.
and the fact that certain people can use it as an intuitive channel to see things they can't see in their central vision, I think kind of means that there's maybe something at the margins there that's allowing for certain like, bits of data to kind of like come through there if they kind of train those.
Yeah. That might be, there's something about it that might be part of it, definitely. Um, Yeah. So hopefully, maybe Brett has some insights. Maybe I'll just have to work it as a specific target in the future. Um, and then here again, just this idea of it feels like an experiment to observe, detect, understand, and the idea of the liquid light portal. And I got cobalt blue and aquamarine kind of all over this part of my session. Um, cobalt coming through, and then coming through as cobalt, which is in the olden days, before any of us were born, there was a programming language called COBOL. I don't know, but it is a programming language from the olden days. Am I right?
Yeah, I did look that up a little bit, and it was I think government administrative language that they initially made as a stopgap measure, but they just ended up running with it. So a lot of really old dinosaur databases from like the 60s, 70s, 80s, they all kind of run on this more. Uh, it's a very like simple language, but it's like from what I've read from coders who commented on it, like it's very hard to see like the whole high level view of a giant program just because it's very opaque in some ways, because you can look at it like a string of like coding, you can understand what's going on, but the larger view, it's like almost incomprehensible to kind of really grasp.
This is so
Um,
interesting. The idea of a database, because we'll see that I really did see this as like this encoded reality of data, and the idea that it's disused, that it's kind of neglected, to some extent abandoned, that it, like that there it's a relic that they just keep using, that they keep running. That's gonna come up later. Okay, that's
yeah,
a really good little piece of data.
yeah.
Um,
The aquamarine color, like that was so salient in your session. You're right here identifying like, oh, maybe it's actually cobalt or cobalt. Like it's almost
yeah.
like this like liquid light or whatever is like maybe some kind of like encoded system that's like kind of very, bureaucratic and archaic in ways, and that's kind of what they're sort of maybe running Mario Kart on out there.
Yes, right? And then even the aquamarine, I felt the need to break it apart into two words, and then I'm like, is this a military interest or aspect or influence? And it wasn't a military influence, but it wasn't a military interest. But the military is observing and they're watching and they're ready to step in and take over. And I didn't know what that meant at the time, but now that I know what the target is, I'm like, that makes sense that the military is watching all these people that have access to the hill. If they could get their soldiers to communicate telepathically at a meeting place in consciousness, then they wouldn't need to worry about anybody breaking their encryption and all of this. So definitely if they could figure out a way to break in and have their own hill or take this hill over for their own soldiers, they would. Yeah, and just, a little bit of data here. The idea of safety, protection of mental health and sanity, protection of worldview. I think it's, yeah. Here's a little bit more. So the data came through so vividly, and so I repeated it in a few places, trying to get more information about it. A pool of science or physics, energy experiments, or research or activity. We're going to see how that ties into CERN, the Alice project, science aspects, science funding, and then where I have containment pool, we're going to see how that relates to CERN. And then, like I said earlier, the idea of gamma radiation, maybe that's more having to do with the brain waves. You have to be in the gamma brain waves in order to map onto the frequency required to access the hill that these autistic children are going to. And then just the idea that there is a protective barrier. And that's something that was talked about in the conversations around the hill. So here's the ALICE, a large ion collider experiment at CERN, and it's designed to study the conditions thought to have existed immediately after the Big Bang by measuring the properties of quark gluon plasma. And it studies high energy collisions between lead nuclei. And that was something that I kind of kept exploring in this page, was this idea of lead or lead into gold. And they did also try using gold for these experiments as well. So they tried lead and gold ion collisions. And
Yeah,
you can, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, just even metaphorically, you could just take the idea of the subatomic restructuring of like proton nucleus counts and things. Like, so chaining lead into gold will literally be what they're doing with that. And it just seems like with the Alice program, they're using that for so many other kind of investigative purposes there.
And there's even just the idea of enlightenment, lead into gold as a metaphor for enlightenment. And in order to access some of these realms, you do have to, be to a certain extent enlightened, or you have to be able to get into the enlightenment frequency. You have to be able to let go of your physical aspects and move into the psychic, psychological, mental, that kind of the consciousness realms, I guess, is the more accurate way of saying it. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And then, maybe the angle of diffraction of these particles in the Alice, I wonder if that's 35 degrees. I don't know, but I think it's interesting. A little bit of a connection.
Yeah, there's so many different like pieces. I kind of want to see where that takes us,
Yeah, like it's, again, remote viewing at this level, you're getting multiple layers of meaning. And so the more you decrypt, the more knowledge is available to you, because the data stream is offering us, the data stream is not human, and it's not encoding the data for humans. And so the encoding is, I think, made for an intelligence that's so much greater than ours, and for minds maybe that are so much greater than ours. And so here we are, we're just kind of these little linear thinking things, and we, you know, time moment one, and then there's time moment two. And so I do find that in these kinds of sessions, you can see that you can open these boxes, unlock this data, and there's like this universe of meaning that you can make from there that's relevant and that is useful. So it's always really cool to me, because I'm a little obsessive. So and then just to talk a little bit of the relevance of this. So the Alice program is about what makes matter have mass. Is it all just a hologram? Again, so because I was picking up on holograms, we're going to see in the next couple of slides in my session the idea of, you know, just seeing all the reality as holograms. And it's just interesting to me that the whole point of Alice at CERN is to figure out what does this reality look like when it first began, and why do particles have mass, the mass of ordinary matter? And if it's all a hologram, that would make sense because it has weight, because that's the number assigned to it in the underlying encoding pattern of information. But it doesn't really have mass because it's just a hologram. Anyway, that goes into things a little bit maybe too deeply for a Saturday night. But people can pause and kind of read this and maybe think about it if they want to. And this is just a little bit of data that I thought kind of links up to that a little bit. Yeah. And then again, so there's this tie-in here with sonoluminescence. I tasked David with sonoluminescence, oh my goodness, last year, maybe the year before. We have a video about it on our channel. We have another video about it, I think, on our Patreon as well, where we just kind of look at it in more of a deeper walkthrough. But sonoluminescence, especially from David's session data, we really were able to piece it together. And it's really energy coming through in a bubble that's in water. So you have a bubble usually of argon gas. And we talked about argon gas when we were talking about Project Looking Glass. Hopefully you'll remember. But so the bubble is in water, it's in liquid. And then it cavitates, it implodes, and all this energy comes out of it. And the way they make it implode is by beaming frequencies at it, sound. So they beam sound at a bubble in a liquid, and magic energy comes out. And they don't have good explanations for why, where the energy comes from, how the energy is created, right? And in David's session, just doing analysis and talking about it, we kind of pieced it together as this energy is kind of coming through from another source outside of our 3D world as we understand it. And I think that this pertains to the Hill, this idea of these other places, these other realms, and the energy from those realms, the information from those realms can seep into our reality. And our consciousness can go into those other realms, the realm from which the energy comes from in sonoluminescence. I think we can go into that realm. And I think that this is information that is pointing to that. You know, even here I have the idea of the depth of water, heavy water, or dense water underneath here, the idea of it being viscous. That ties into glasma. This is the CERN Alice information, where they have these plasmas, but they're slightly different from a normal plasma. So they call them glasmas, and there's a higher viscosity. And that kind of ties into sonoluminescence as well in interesting ways. But I don't want to go into that too much, because again, it gets a bit too deep. But do you have anything to kind of add there?
Yeah, just plasmas are very strange elements as like a state of matter. I mean, it's very interesting the kind of things they respond to. There's almost like some kind of like maintains its own homeostasis in some ways around it. And yeah, I definitely think there's like a lot, it's interacting with a lot of different forces that we not even quite realize are present there. So it's like maybe observing these instances of like things like even sonoluminescence, for example, where we can kind of see at the margins of our understanding of like the physical properties of things, where we see like data inputs from these other types of like levels of reality, I guess, or like other kind of concepts that we don't really have the language for, even awareness of.
Yes.
Yeah, Stephen also says that armillary sphere symbols often have a rotary ring tilted relative to the equator. Those are ballpark 30 to 35 degrees. I'm not sure what an armillary sphere is, but I just looked it up, and it basically said that it sort of represents the apparent annual path of the sun through the heavens from the perspective of Earth, maybe like from certain
The ecliptic?
latitude.
Is it the ecliptic
Yeah,
at
maybe.
certain times of year?
That's a good question.
That would be interesting if it were, because then we could look at the time of year. Because I know that Enoch talks about the different gates and the sun and moon coming into these different gates and the timing of it being important. And I've always thought, especially when Brett Stewart's video came out, that it might have to do with something along those lines of like there are certain times of year where it's easier to exit the matrix, right? And so I think that that would make sense if it's
Yeah, makes me wonder about like Halloween and the Day of the Dead that celebrated in some cultures there, that where the veil between like the living and the unliving are is much thinner there, which I think kind of ties it with some of maybe the afterlife stuff in other contexts.
yes, and I know that a lot of people do rituals on Halloween because of that, because they think that they can then channel in some of those entities more easily, where they can drag some of that energy in more easily. So definitely, that's interesting. It is interesting though if it's the ecliptic, but yeah, and the military funding, military presence, and I got the idea of the star, nuclear reactor field, but the idea of star came through. And sunluminescence is a star in a jar. That's how it's kind of referred to. So there's a lot of linking here between these things. Um, if there was more time, I would go into even more, but moving on. So then here I have kind of a basic idea of like, here's the overview, the target for the tasker. And I had it as this theater, an observation theater kind of place. And there's like a staging area, and it's a spectacle of some kind. And again, you're seeing that blue green light, that aquamarine light. And then I'm describing it. There's sound is involved in this, and this sense of audio waves and frequencies or hymns, or I can hear the song voices or singing. And it's interesting because the Daniel, the man who is not autistic but was working with the telepathy tapes project, he tried to go to the hill to see if he could access it, and he talks in the interviews about having to chant. And so he was chanting to get into the right state with his consciousness to be able to go to the hill. And so I think I was picking up on that data point. I
Yeah,
suspect.
wow. Reminds me of like in the older Orthodox like liturgies, like people would be singing hymns and chanting for like hours every single Sunday to connect with Jesus and saints and so on there. So
Yes, you're so right about that. Yes, that we sing to unify. In church, you sing to unify the coherence and the frequency of everyone in the church. You all get in the same frequency, you're all coherent, you're all one group with one prayer, and that adds power to that prayer. And there's a lot of truth to that in terms of uniting in that coherent frequency. And it's easier to get into a certain frequency state if others around you are kind of in there already.
yeah,
And
limbic
then,
resonance, it's the psychological concept for it there.
yes. And then here, the blue green beams of light. And you can see I wrote rays with an A, and I crossed it out. And then I wrote rays with an E. And when I was in my session, this is so weird. When I was in my session in that moment, I couldn't remember how the word ray is spelled. I spelled it as RAYS, and I'm like, that looks wrong. That's not wrong. That's not right. That is incorrect. That's not what I'm trying to write. And then I spelled it REYS, and I'm like, that also looks wrong, but it looks right. And at the time, it was just this weirdness. But I know that when you're really deep in remote viewing, the part of your brain that deals with linguistics better is not operating at its full strength. And it's interesting though, because afterwards, when I'm doing my analysis, REYS, raise. It's reification. Reification is when you take something that's abstract, that's just a concept, it's conceptual, and you make the mistake of treating it as if it's concrete, tangible, like a thing that you can touch. And I think that that's so interesting about the hill, because the military, maybe, I think, and some of the people that are, talking about it and thinking, wanting to go there, they think of it as this kind of concrete place, right? And that's why they're like, oh, we don't want all these remote viewers remote viewing the hill because they're going to annoy the autistic children that are trying to have their meeting there. And it's like, it's not like that. You're not at a tangible place. You're not going and crashing a party at someone's house. Like, you're it's a consciousness space, and it's a conceptual space, and the people who are in the right frequency can start communicating together because they're matching the frequency, not because they're at the same house that's in this other dimension, right? It really is this idea of it's a space in consciousness. Yeah, and so I just thought, yeah, that makes sense for why the spelling came through that way.
Yeah, I found it really interesting as well, this like raise, because for myself, I also noticed my spelling does decrease when I'm remote viewing. I'm ashamed to admit. Part of me wonders though if there is part of a process for that. There's like a bit of a loosening of the left brain, which is obsessed with language and just the conscious control. So there's a bit more channels for other data to kind of get through, like automatic writing, for example, can play a major role, for example, when it comes to like, drawing things out and filling in the data. It's almost like as you continue drawing, it's like you're pulling on that thread and just more, the data stream just kind of like ends up on the page there. The reification also, I think it showed with my own session as well too, especially in the context of this like sparkling light display as well. So I think that was a pretty incredible kind of preparation around that. And maybe perhaps what I was observing was this kind of aquamarine, cobalt programs, like little kind of hill area where people can kind of interact and so on. That's like bounded and protected somehow there
Yeah.
too.
Yes. In the live stream group, in the group session that people did on this, that I tasked for April, Jeff had a staging area, a stage, and he had something that looked similar enough to this that I could kind of recognize the underlying pattern. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But yeah, what you're saying, it's so true about the automatic writing kicks in, and you make spelling errors that turn out to be pointing to good data. The error is actually intentional from the data stream, or you start writing a word and it turns into another word, and it's just the data stream that's kind of communicating and interacting with you in a kinesthetic way. Sometimes your conscious awareness isn't aware of it, but your body knows, your hand knows what it's trying to write. And that's why I think it's so important for remote viewers to keep doing handwritten sessions. If you start typing, you're losing so much of that, right? The data stream can interfere more easily when you're writing a word than when you're just typing it, and you have autocorrect. So the raise spelled with an E would automatically get translated to a ray with an A, and that idea of reification would have been lost. So I think that that's an important point I wanted to put out. And then again, I am not proud of the quality of my drawings. Like, I am not an artist, and although, I do try, I look at David's work and he's such an artist, and I think, oh, I have to work on my sketching skills. At this point, yeah. It's you're in the moment, but I think this is a really good depiction of the hill. And again, the idea of like all life's a stage. There's something about this that's theatrical. There's an artificiality to it. Yeah, would you agree?
All life's a stage. I mean, it's a philosophical question for sure. And, Shakespeare did know a thing or two about performance. Uh, I think it was Pedro, not Pascal, who kind of mentioned, the Matrix and like living in simulation, playing some circumscribed role there and so on. And so it's interesting when you think of this like this show, a score that's like projecting into quote unquote void. I kind of wonder like, what is void for? Like, and what's the purpose of filling void in that sense? Like, is that something related to psychological projection of like your frequency or something into the world? Like, what do you think?
Well, at first I wrote to fill, I started writing a void, and then I was like, no, it's not a void, it's the void. And that seemed like an important distinction to make. And so I did a session on the Black Knight a couple years ago, and I interacted with the void, and I felt it as having some sense of agency, I guess. And there's something that rings a bell with this too. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. So I think there's something along those lines. And then here in my overview, I was bilocating, and I was experiencing myself falling like Alice down the rabbit hole, but like tumbling down into this realm. And there were all these holograms made of this, aquamarine blue green light, and they were so precise and so complex. And the motion was a translation of time. And I understood it very, very clearly because I was experiencing it. That they weren't going through, it wasn't a hologram that was playing out in time. It was like motion was happening as a replacement because time wasn't passing. Does that make sense to you?
So motion was occurring, but the holograms themselves are not occurring at a place where there is time present or time moving.
Yeah. And so, in order to simulate time passing, motion is designed into these holograms. So they have motion, but it's an artifact. It's a way of replacing real time because they're not existing in a space where time actually does exist. And I know that's it's hard to explain, and there's a part of it that makes me think, okay, but in order to have motion, you have to have time, because motion is, you're here at time A, you're here at time there, so you've had motion. But it was trying to show me something, that in a realm where time doesn't exist, motion is like a simulation of time passing, but time isn't actually passing.
I have a hypothesis about this. Makes me think of like this constructed reality where people are going into a place. Makes me think of like experimental conditions where maybe they're housing, maybe rats or rabbits or something, and they want to see how they're behaving in their natural environment. I mean, they can't just have like sterile flat space where they just has like their water and their bedding or whatever. They add like, plants, they add soil, they add this real thing. So they kind of groove to that, and they kind of allow their more natural instincts, the things that they're trying to like observe or trying to flesh out or allow express, to kind of be present there. And I think maybe time is just one of those things, like our condition as like these like 3D beings or something like that, where we're kind of that's kind of how we express ourselves in some way. And maybe we'd be like lost or like not really able to really grapple with like a timeless place. Like, I mean, that's maybe what like the afterlife is kind of supposed to be. But then there's like talk about like, in some of the literature of the afterlife, there being like transition periods and things like that. Like there's some type of, just like jump into it, like off like a diving board, for example. I can't hear your voice for some reason.
Because I was muted. Yeah, I think you're so right about that. Experiencing time in a place that has no time. If you're putting three-dimensional perceiving consciousnesses into a simulated space, an artificial construct, and you want them to have a sense of time, so you introduce motion into that artificial space, and then their consciousness fills in that gap as experiencing time. So there's something about that, and I think it's probably something that's beyond our minds and experiences ability to translate. So the data stream is trying to explain this to me in human terms, and it's doing its best, and I'm doing my best to kind of understand and record.
Maybe times like a software front ends that like users, like lay people can like interact with, and that like actually updates like these like complex servers and database information and coding in the background that they have no clue how that idea that actually works. They'd be like pretty glassed-eyed if they had a peek at it.
Yes, definitely. And it kind of kept coming through very loudly, that idea of like motion as timekeeping, that there isn't actually time passing here. And that's part of what we're going to see in a couple slides, where this is an abandoned or neglected construct reality. And so yeah, that's part of it. But so here's the data from my session. I've just typed it out, but um, it's precisely what I have in my session. Like in Alice in Wonderland, realm of the inside of the most ornate, expensive, opulent, luxury, complex Swiss watch. And now when I'm looking at it, the idea of Swiss watch, people often use that metaphor for intelligent design. Like, oh, if you found a Swiss watch on the beach, you wouldn't think that it just evolved over time, that the water eroded it out of the sand, kind of thing. And so there's this idea of intelligent design, of intelligence, of a construct, a designer for the realm that's being explored. Um, and then, so I had this data point about the record of reality that tracks time. And I'm like, okay, so is it measuring time? And the data stream kind of shouted at me, no, it's not measuring time. It's incorporating it as a holographic reality. Again, because time isn't actually passing. Because it's like a simulation that isn't running. The consciousnesses in it are experiencing it as though it is running, even though it's not. And then I was experiencing so much complexity and beauty. And you had in your session on the hill that idea of fleeting beauty as part of the purpose of it. And so I thought that was an interesting parallel.
Yeah.
And I have conflicting data here, because here I have it's in motion, and it's not dead cycles. It's not endless repetition. It's a process, and it's governed by rules, but it incorporates time and growth, and that there's purpose and value to new, unique iterations and outcomes. But you're going to see later where I get contradictory data, where I'm like, this is a dead, abandoned simulation, and it's on autoplay. And it just keeps running, and then it stops and starts over, and then it runs again to the end, and then when it ends it. So I don't know what to make of that contradiction. When we get to the part where it talks about it not having a purpose, maybe you can give me your insights about that. But here, or maybe you have insights already.
Yeah. Well, for me, what comes up is quite a few items, but I think for me the most strongest point is just around like what's in motion, not dead cycles, not endless repetition. That there's some degrees of freedom there, but it's not really in the unfolding of time per se mechanically. That's where the degrees of freedom lies, because these are kind of like, seems like there's like recycled grooved pathways that are kind of maybe objectively very narrow, but psychologically or subjectively very widening. For example, I know this is kind of a left field, but like, for example, a person who has like a lot of psychological issues is just repeats a lot of dysfunctional relationship patterns like over the course of their life, just to recreate certain dynamics they had with their caregivers, for example. That would be an example of that. And I think part of this decision-making process, I think in some ways involves what could be called like maybe our higher selves or something related to a real soul, which maybe is also coming from a place outside of time as well. It's like, there's something there about like free will. I think it's not about like choosing arrows in time. It's about, what do you think?
That fits in with what we were talking about the choice maker versus the gray blobby thing that just is going to get dissolved and recycled, right? That idea of like what matters is making choices and having will, and not just being another endless repetition of the same data. Make it different by making a different choice, right? I think maybe it's something about, I think that there's a relationship there that I hadn't seen before that I'm seeing now, that maybe it opens that up a bit. And so I'm tumbling down through all these holograms, and of course I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to draw? Like, I can't draw well, and I'm seeing something so far beyond my ability to draw. And these holograms are so complex and beautiful, and they're glowing, and I can see that they're all encoded, and they're all they have different rotational motion. And so then when it comes to drawing it, I drew this. I drew little squiggly lines. And I just kind of wrote, these are holograms.
Those are ideograms for very impressive, complex, highly, attractive to the senses
Right.
imagery.
Right, exactly. Let's pretend that they're more like ideograms. You'll have to probe one to see if you get to see the hologram itself.
You probably could, but
Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah, because I've embedded so much intention into them.
yeah.
And so and I did see them at, like so there's, like, this infinite depth of them, and so I'm trying to figure out as I'm falling through all of them, like, what's at the bottom, what's beneath this, and, oh my god, it just appears, this black void at the base. It's like the strata, um, stratum, and that the like the holograms are emerging up from this, but there's this foundational base, and it provides what's needed for structure of everything else within it. It holds everything else together, and so and it's not that it lends it form, it's more that it holds it together. It gives it that coherence. Um, and then it's just delineating a space that the holograms can exist in. And the word architectured light, I don't think that's a word, architectured, but that's what came through, really the strong sense of like our reality is light that's been bent and shaped into these things that we see and experience as tangible and real, but they're not. They're just tricks of light. They're just holograms.
Yeah. So when you speak of like the delineation, is that like this is a basically a container that allows these different holograms to have relationship with one another, or like
Yes.
yeah, because I think I'm thinking of like like different like light cones and like simultaneity, like in some of Einstein's work, and that if these holograms are like free floating, maybe it's like they don't really have a common basis where they can play off each other in certain ways.
A frame of reference, an inertial
Yeah.
frame of reference. Yes, that would make sense actually. Yes. And to have time as motion in, so you can see everywhere in my session where I'm talking about time, I'm usually saying time as motion to make it clear that it's not time passing, it's motion, but time as motion, in order to have that. Yeah. And so I want to talk here a little bit to bring this to the Project Looking Glass data, because this whistleblower about the military having this secret Project Looking Glass where they could see the future and they could see different dimensions, and they were able to kind of go there, and they had a statue of the white rabbit in their lab symbolizing Alice in Wonderland. And I think they maybe experienced something similar to what I was experiencing, I suspect. And they also talked about holograms, and you can see like they have electromagnetic fields and a rotating cylinder injected with argon gas to create a pearlescent sphere for projections. So they're creating what I've drawn in my session. And again, it's unnecessary. You don't need the technology. If you work at CERN or for CERN and you're watching this video, please get in touch with me if you would like me to remote view things for you, because I have a capability and an ease for this data. And now that I've already been there, it's easier to go back. And so instead of spending $100 million on the next phase of this type of technology, or if you want me to remote view how to make your technology work better, be more efficient, I could do that as well. Get in touch. magicinthenoise.com or magicinthenoise@gmail.com to send me an email. Just wanted to
Yeah.
throw that out there.
Yeah. Just to go
Tell
back to
me.
the idea of holograms,
Yes.
yeah, typically, from my understanding of a hologram, it's like something that has gives a illusion of being three-dimensional, but is actually really just a two-dimensional projection of that. I'm wondering if perhaps like, time itself is the illusory dimension being incorporated, or like how does that show up with your experience of the data?
I wonder if that is part of it, because I couldn't make sense of like in the moment I could understand what it was trying to communicate, but like it's so not human. So like it's showing me something that doesn't fit in the human mind, in the human lexicon, in the human experience. So like I'm seeing all of these holograms and they're all kind of rotating and in motion their own way, and I can see all the encodings on them, and I can see how they're replaying. They're on like there's like an autoplay, and they're playing out their iteration, and then they're going to do it all over again during the next iteration of the program, kind of thing.
Mhm.
And then I really understood when I was there, there's no time here. And so the designer of this construct has incorporated motion to stand in for time, to be experience you experience motion in lieu of time. I think in a way, I think it's interesting what you're saying about maybe the higher dimensionality, or the maybe time having the two dimensions, and that's what's being projected as motion for it to be experienced in a three-dimensional sensory apparatus or conscious creature. There's something about that. It's something that I have to think about more. Here's a little diagram from the whistleblower, Alice's floor at area S4, where they had the Project Looking Glass. So there's the statue of the White Rabbit. It ties into Orion. And, he claimed that it was Sumerian tech, ancient civilization tech, basically. And the two people in the transporter. And so there's all that people can look online. It's really fascinating. I didn't have as much time as I would have liked to put this all together, because I only kind of made the connection later in my data analysis. And then it was time to get ready to do slides and all of this for this live stream. But here's what it looks like. And I have seen this before, I think that what they're calling the Project Looking Glass device, I think it's very similar to sonoluminescence, very, very similar. And then here's the Orion's belt. There's a 33-degree angle from the first star to the second. Isn't that interesting? So there's a little bit of a sneaky little data point. So all these things connect in really weird ways, right? Here's some more information. If people are curious, they can pause the video and read this, or they can just go and look this up on this person's website. I'll try to put the link down below if I remember after the video. But here specifically, they're talking about the whistleblower. He's talking about the two devices were required, operating at the same settings, and either of the two devices had to emit sound associated with the probable events they were presenting as data. So, and the scientists couldn't specify why two devices were required to produce sound. Again, this ties into two things. One, this idea of you have to match the person's frequency to have telepathy with them, and you have to match the hill's frequency to be able to bilocate to it, to be able to move your consciousness to it and experience it and communicate there. And then it also ties into sonoluminescence, because in sonoluminescence, you have to expose the argon gas bubble in the liquid to sound for it to implode, for the energy to come into this reality from another dimensional one. What do you make of that? Is that a weird link, or?
Yeah, it's interesting because like the sonoluminescence, I mean, to my knowledge, it's like one frequency emitter, right? For the vibrations, and then is there multiples?
There's usually one, but you can put up to 3 is what we were looking at.
Okay. Yeah. It does make me kind of wonder, like, if there is a particular resonance that's there, if there is something in another, dimension or density or reality where there's like that frequency matching, there's like some response there of information coming through. But perhaps maybe like, because of its artificial stimulation, it kind of just like collapses into just like, primeval cosmic energies where you get just like the heat and the cavitation and so on. And the reactions.
Yes. And when you look at Project Looking Glass as sonoluminescence, in sonoluminescence, you have a flask of liquid with a certain viscosity, and you have a bubble of argon gas in it, and you expose it to sound frequencies, and then energy comes through from a different dimension. In the Project Looking Glass, you have a plasma, and they have 2 big containers of argon gas that they're somehow injecting into the plasma. And then they're accessing these different realms of consciousness. And here we have this extra detail that they have to use sound for it to work. That sounds like, to me, it's like you're talking about the exact same thing. It's just sonoluminescence. The bubble is tiny in a jar. The bubble implodes and energy comes pouring out. Whereas in Project Looking Glass, instead of having the bubble, you're just injecting the gas into the plasma itself, and then the person puts their consciousness through that doorway, through that opening, through that bubble, through that hole in reality. And they're able to go into the other dimension, into the hill or into some other realm, right?
Yeah,
Isn't
that's
that crazy?
yeah. And I really have to stress too, like, you did this is like from one of sessions that you've done, and there's just like so much like very rich, complex data that connects so many other different pieces and different pieces in previous sessions you did, for example, like with the Void, the Black Knight satellite, and some of the group work that we did coincidentally or synchronously, working with the Hill as well too. It's just, yeah, quite mind-boggling.
It when I see how this ties into sono, when I see how this is just a different iteration of sonoluminescence, and the fact that I tasked David to do a session on sonoluminescence, and then that caused me to do a lot of research on it. It's crazy to me. In a good way. It's fantastic. I shouldn't say crazy. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's fantastic to me. And
Yeah.
so, right? Like
It really kind of reminds you, like, just to be in this attitude of like joy, curiosity, wonder, and almost like awe. Because, if you really kind of just like surrender to like, and just, yeah, without surrender, I guess, specifically our control, like our limitation, our desire to be right or get the data or fit things into boxes and just be open to like what we can receive from the universe or learn, we can really surprise ourselves. I found that certainly with this exploration of remote viewing.
I think so too. And so I'm going to move through these slides a little bit more quickly, and we don't have to go through all of them. Here's something that I didn't notice when I was putting the slides together, but I'm seeing it now. There is a program, P45, Future Humans, 45,000 years into the future, blah, 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 blah. And then the looking glass devices were used during a major celestial alignment. So again, we're coming back to this idea of alignments and the ecliptic of the sun and the position of the stars. Brett Stewart's 45 degrees. I think that, there's a lot more. Again, I want to work another session that's asking specifically about some of that stuff. And so here again is my very sad little attempt. And there are not two of these yellow spheres. There's one, but I didn't draw it nicely enough, so I tried again. And then I wrote like it looks more like this. And again, my holograms, I didn't have the patience to, and I didn't know how to draw what I was seeing and experiencing. So I just kind of wrote, okay, this is a hologram, this is a hologram. And then I felt like underneath all of these holograms, I got down to base reality, and I see this kind of, it's like a golden sun. It felt sentient. And it felt, do I have it on my next slide? Yes. So yeah, here I'm asking about this, about the holograms in motion is time. Does it have a purpose? Yes. What is the purpose? And the I am felt like such a key phrase, and it resonated through my body, through my consciousness, through like ripples in reality. In the movie The Matrix, where Neo does something and like reality kind of ripples around him, it felt like that when I said I am, not out loud, but in my bilocated self. And I didn't say it from me. The data stream kind of gave this to me, and I spoke it in that bilocated sense, and it just had this huge rippling effect. I've never experienced anything quite so weird and powerful and resonating both in the bilocated self, but also in the physical body that's holding the pen.
Yeah, that was when Neo began to see the code of the Matrix himself. That's when he kind of realized he was the one he could change things there.
Nice. That's so applicable.
Yeah, maybe your background's all green for a reason.
the data stream, the green data from the matrix. Yeah. And so, yeah. And it was just felt like by speaking those two words, it felt like it's a key phrase. Oh, and I just realized later on we're going to see about the keys, about how to get out of the recycling dissolution. And I said you had to find the keys. And then here I said what the key phrase was, but I didn't make that connection until just now, just this moment. So that's something to remember. That is a key phrase for when you're in the afterlife. Maybe this is what the data is saying. Again, another sad little attempt at a sketch. So here's where we have that conflicting information. Is it already done and just being replayed for some purpose? And when I asked that, the data that came through was the data is stored elsewhere. And I was like, is it archived? It feels, it's something like archive, but that's not quite right. It feels like it's an illusion to some extent, but I'm outside of it. So I'm in a way real and outside of it on solid ground. And then all of the data in this hologram, this illusory, is stored. So I'm wondering with the Hill and the Akashic records and all of this. So what's your, when you see this, how do you interpret this? Or does that make any sense to you at all?
Yeah, seeing just like the base of reality. And I guess perhaps when we talk about the Hill, we're talking about a particular constructs in this like field of things, realities that are matched by particular frequencies that I guess the children use to access it. Yeah, when I saw this image, what really came to mind for me were some of those images you see of biblically accurate angels, like the seraphim or ophanim, like they have all these multifoliate wings and eyes and wheels everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And they're associated with flame or like light.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, yes. That makes it so much more deep.
Yeah, it's like the things that, people would see in the desert,
Yes.
Yeah, this I am thing, it also very resonates with me as well. It was one of the chief exercises that one of my favorite Greek Armenian mystics, Gurdjieff, taught is that you'd feel I am, but you'd feel it like in your body. You get in touch with your body, have an embodied sense of I am here, I'm a solid, like a movable piece of reality. I'm not like, because people can be in their heads where they're indecisive and have those confusion and wishy-washiness and just sometimes just not be in their bodies or have that attention because, often people's bodies don't feel safe because of just accumulated traumas and this and that, which can kind of keep people on these like groove patterns of behavior to kind of maintain these like secure boundaries and so on, keep them from accessing some of that pain of being in this reality, experiencing some of the things that are there. But like being able to embrace that, it's like you're solid, you're on the ground, and now you can kind of see just maybe the puppet shadows for kind of what they are.
Yes, that's exactly it. That is exactly it. And that's exactly how I kind of experienced it. Like it was so powerful, those two words, and like the ripple of reality, and just knowing like all of this is illusion, and even this light, that it's deceptive, and it wants to keep me here, and it wants to suck me in, and into this world of illusion, right? Into these holograms where like time isn't even, there's not even time that's real here, it felt, yeah. And then as soon as I like, yeah, anyway, so there's this idea of like you can leave this realm and then go into this other, the world of sunshine and green grass. So here's a little bit of data relating to this, the idea of like a false fractal sun, that came through pretty strongly, the false sun. It makes me think a little bit about the black sun, and then it makes, yeah, I think that there's a lot there that it ties into the demiurge, all kinds of that kind of esoterica.
Yeah, for sure.
Would you agree with that a little bit? Like there's some weirdness there.
Yeah, I've heard some like theories about that. Like maybe that's just like a sort of a rogue AI from some other reality, which had their own similar like military program to access these things to kind of maintain control, and just kind of using all this complex technological means to kind of, have some semblance of like control in such a vast, multi-dimensional, hyperdimensional universe there. But it's like it's very kind of narrowly bounded as well in its own ways. It just kind of maybe doesn't realize that. Like sort
Yes.
of trying to convince itself of its own glory, like Lucifer kind of, the angel of pride.
Yes. Yes. And like when I ask, because I'm like, okay, so then the false fractal sun thing, that's very controlling and all the rest. So then I'm like, how am I connected to this thing? And I really got this idea of like the light show is for it. It's not as much for me. So again, it's that idea that it's doing this for itself. Yeah. So and then the feeling of I can exit this, but then I'm going to another fairy tale. So like I can leave this illusory realm, but then I'm going to another fairy tale light show realm. But that there is a real world place that I can escape to. And so I think that there are a lot of layers to this. Yeah. And so we'll just moving through this maybe a little bit more quickly because it's a lot, I think, for people. um, and then here is going back to that portal and being like, okay, is there any last bits of data that I can kind of get out of that I need to communicate? And again, the veil is lifted, going to the other side, and it feels like a replica that's just for display, a replica of something that used to be real. This is very upsetting to me to some extent because I don't know how to reconcile this with my understanding of what my life is and means. And the idea of like, what's the purpose of this replica? And it's just for show, and it feels like it's an old machine that's been forgotten. It's forgotten. It's still on, and it's just running, automatic running through the sequence, and then it's going to start over once it's done. And it's just been left.
Sorry, what was the relationship in your experience between this kind of, I guess, archive of holograms and the sort of that container you were standing in where you could see all the holograms? Is that like from within that, or is that off to the side somewhere else? Or
so this is how it came through. There's these holograms and motion, and right, and there's the fractal kind of sun that is wanting this to continue. And it's like you said, like that artificial intelligence, right? And its goal, it's continuing its purpose and its goal. It's been given the instructions to run this simulation, and so it's running it. But it's been abandoned, it's been neglected. Whoever set it out has left the room, and it just keeps running, and it just keeps running this program again and again and again and again on repeat endlessly. Not because it should or has to, but because it's just been someone forgot to turn it off before they left, kind of thing. Right?
Yeah.
And then and like and it's a replica of something that is real. There is something real that this is simulating. Not that there's a world exactly like this one that exists outside of that. No, but that this is somehow, maybe the consciousness is real. Maybe the consciousness and time are real, but external to this. And so this is a replica of something that's a bit disturbing to me. But here's the question I have for you, because you said something before we started filming. You mentioned something in your message that I was like, oh, I didn't think of it that way. Am I describing our reality, or am I describing the hill? Is the hill the fake place, or is our reality the fake place? And the hill is just, are these all these artificial constructs, and they're all tied into each other, but they're all part of this fake replica of something, and they're just running through. What do you think? For sake of just,
it's a good question. I mean, I do see definitely a lot of connections between that portal and that pool of like water and light that was reported a bit earlier, where people were kind of going into it and accessing this, where you did in a way like draw the hill and the path to it there. And yeah, but I feel like in some extent maybe it is just one of those like Mario Kart realities, perhaps. But it's like some people just go on to log on to like online game sites just to like have a place to chat and do things like that.
Yes.
People go to cafes to chat and connect and network, and they just want to connect. They don't really care about drinking coffee. They can do that at home. So I think there is something about our organic structure, like as just living beings, we kind of want to feel the grass on our feet. We want to feel like the air on our skin and the sunlight in our eyes and all that kind of stuff. Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, I feel like I shared in some sense like this repeating kind of broken down reality. Maybe it's referring to maybe deeper aspects of some people's experience of life as like a metaphor. For example, I think some people have awareness, they kind of step out of that a little bit. I'm reminded as well, just to go back to Gurdjieff again. I'm not like a Gurdjieff guy, but I think he's just like one person that has interesting uh, philosophy about it. In his book, an allegory called Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson, he talks about these angels who were building Earth and designing all the movement of the planets and everything, but there was a miscalculation and a comet collides with the Earth, and that splits off the moon and a small other fragment that just like disappears into the cosmos forever. And in order to kind of maintain that new balance in the system and equilibrium, basically they needed to feed it more energy from the organic life on Earth. So essentially what they did was they installed on people this this artificial organ that like basically would like paralyze their spiritual development and keep them in these like low vibrational quote unquote states, because that's the energy that would feed these like lower worlds and maintain equilibrium in that system. What he relates later is that no longer needed to be necessary, and so it was removed. But by that point, people were so like grooved into those pathways that they are kind of just like stuck there now, like generationally through like living these like traditions and so on, and these ways of being in reality. They see it kind of topsy turvy. They see it through all these like projections, rather than like connecting through like empathy or through higher mind to see things. So it makes me this kind of defunct simulation, like you described here, kind of seems similar to what he was saying about this like artificial construct that was used at a certain point, was no longer needed, but is still like filling the void, like you said, in this little light display here, and like
Yes.
basically occupying the psychic space and so on, and like through all these like maybe defunct like constructs and like egregores and things like that.
Yes. Yeah, I think that that does make sense. It's interesting. I want to say hello to Salcedo Paranormal who joined us in chat. Um, yeah, it's. I think even if I take this as relevant to our reality, um, it's remote viewing data. I don't have to take it on board as truth,
Mhm.
but it does give me a lot to think about. I have to tell you that having experienced it in an embodied way, and then so then I'm trying to probe what's the purpose of these mechanisms, these holograms. And so here, I think this is talking about our reality, but maybe it's just talking about the hill, but I think this is about our reality. It's for study. And by whom? So, like, what is the purpose? Why are we in this simulated place? It's for study by historians and architects. And when I was writing the word historian, I kept flashing on the image of the historian in the Time Machine storybook movie. And when I wrote down architects, I asked what kind of architects, right? Because you're studying the buildings of the reality that we're in, or right? And because I had the architected light earlier on in my session, so I kind of asked what kind of architects, and it gently reminded me of builders of worlds, of that as a concept. And I don't know where that's from, builders of worlds. That's the notion, the concept that came through as a package, as a quote. Um, I think what's the book? Don't Panic.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yes. Yeah. Is there the builder? Is that the builder of worlds? Uh
I did look this up a bit previously, and I think it was related to just like the almost like the civic and civil institutions like academia and government and so on, setting like I guess the architecture for society and these like institutions where I guess knowledge and power and so on can kind of get managed and distributed in some way and kind of constructing our sense of reality. Because world building itself, that's a concept from fiction. It's like people who are getting into like designing fantasy worlds and like peoples and magical creatures and like pantheons of deities and things like that.
And I think in the yes, and I think in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy books, they're building the Earth. They're building our Earth, our world.
Yeah.
But I didn't say it as builder of worlds. There was builders. So there's something in between those two. People in chat, people watching this after we're live, leave comments down below to let us know what are your insights on this and what connections do you make, because I'd be interested in finding out other connections that people make from this data point. And then moving forward, so something about timekeeping, projection. It's an automated process. It's been unattended. It keeps running, but it's unattended. The goal was too complicated. I couldn't grasp it all. It was too big. I couldn't fit it in. I could kind of see it, understand it, but like trying to bring it back into my human self, it was too big. But something along the lines of showing or displaying data is encoded in motion for time, this automatized process, but also the sense of distraction. And it came through in French, divertissement, which is like leisure activity. It's a distraction. It's something fun. And then I asked, like, who is this for? And then this upset me, and it's been upsetting me for months now. And this is partly why I haven't, shared the data sooner. When I asked, who is this for? This reality, this realm, this whole thing. I see an old bell jar that's forgotten or abandoned in a dark old lab of some exotic, artistic, kind of Victorian style science that held beauty as a prime factor. Beauty is the pinnacle of the science. So the science has to serve the beauty. And it was like a little miniature alchemical world in a bell jar in this ancient abandoned lab of some brilliant, lonely genius inventor creator type who's forgotten that we're here. And that is upsetting to me for its implications. Yeah,
it's definitely kind of, like I just feel kind of sad about that. Like my own section, it was like the statement of what is the purpose of all this is to hold on to something beautiful and fleeting.
yes.
It's like, you can, I guess it's like you take a butterfly and I guess you put a pin in it in like a museum to hold on to it there, but it's like it's not a living, breathing creature anymore, right? It's like just this like static pattern that's there that doesn't have a lot of its own, I guess, then the life force isn't there anymore. That spark that made it beautiful is almost like it's like a shadow on the wall again, going back to Plato's cave.
Exactly. And so that's why I think taking the keys and using them to get the hell out of here into an active realm is important. To try to get right. Like, I don't know. For me, it is, I guess. So here's where I'm probing about this. You talked about Plato's cave. We talked about it, but I did see like this idea of like you can go to these other realms from here, from this realm. If you don't want to stay here, if you want to go elsewhere, you can go to the hill. But again, I felt like that's a place that's for those children, and it's like a little Mario Kart world for them. There's this. I kept seeing like the Greek temple pillars from like the old Masonic wood carvings. The land of math and philosophy, the meaning, geometry, the structure, rhetoric, the mental, and math, the proportions that there's that there. And here's something that maybe makes more sense to me now. I built a Cozy Earth mirror, and I wasn't really getting the results that I'd hoped. And then I started tweaking it with tweaks that were coming to me through my interaction with the data stream. and I made a tweak to it, and now it's working in all these unprecedented ways, and it's doing physical things, but it's also doing, I'm also having experiences with the data stream in a different way when I'm in my cozy rev mirror. And I have seen this place now in my cozy rev mirror that I saw back in March when I was doing this session during the lunar eclipse. And it's, when I saw it here in my session, I saw it as like the cliches of it. Does that make sense? Right? Like the Greek temple pillars and what you would see in like the Freemason garden and place, and the philosophy, geometry, rhetoric, and math, right? Like these are concepts that are embedded there. When I've been there recently through my cozy rev mirror, I go there as a frequency, and I go there in a frequency, and it's interesting because I can see those ideas, those cliches are like how a human makes sense of whatever's there, because whatever's there is so not human that you can't see it with your human eyes.
Yeah, it's like an
Right?
interpretive trope almost.
Yeah. And I've been trying in my cozy rev mirror, I've been trying to grasp what is there behind the veil of the human cliches and the human the shadows
Interpretive
of the wall,
ways.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, the interpretation, the translation. And it's so hard because it's so hard to, like, you have to put away your humanity. And so I'm in this cozy rev mirror, and I'm trying to divorce myself from my humanity just for long enough to be able to experience this and take it back then into my humanity, so then I can translate it into something that I can talk about. It's so challenging.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
It's like
But
that Hollywood movie, I think a couple years back, like Everything Everywhere All at Once. There's this woman who could like snap into different realities, but like some of them were even weird, like alternative evolutionary paths, or like she became a rock in like this far flung reality in this far corner of the universe. It's like that's kind of a stressful thing on her psyche, but she was like gifted for whatever reason. So plot devices.
I haven't seen the movie, but I saw the promos for it. Maybe I should watch it. But yeah, it's so, you see things in the cozy rev mirror. It's so much more. But even in this session, right, you can see that I'm like this. These are the human pictures of it, but like the reality is it's so much different and so much more and bigger. And but the point of this, yeah. So here I have like this idea of like preservation of archetypes or preservation of knowledge. So the Akashic records being preserved and maintained, and we're kind of the manifestation of them. And so as we act out our lives, we're preserving that data. And then if we are the change makers, the choice makers, not the change, the choice makers, then we're contributing novel information to the Akashic records. We're adding information that wasn't existent in the previous iteration, right? And so we're updating the Akashic records. So this place that we've been talking about now, that feels still alive, very active. So like that's the one I want to go to. And now that I've been in the cozy rev mirror and I've been there in the cozy rev mirror. And it's so funny because it's one thing to go to a place, a construct in consciousness, and you're bilocating and you're using your consciousness to go there, and you kind of have to, you have to stop breathing and all the rest. You really have to stop being human. It's another thing to remember having been there or to visualize that place, right? And it's sometimes, you go in and I remember what it's like, or I visualize what it's like, but I'm not actually going there. It takes so much energy to get there, right? So, but it's interesting now to see this slide. I'd kind of forgotten some of the details of it. That I should be going to that one because it's still alive. And then here's the allegory of the cave that you talked about, Plato's cave here, and the idea that the humans are just seeing these shadows in the wall that are made by the puppet maker, the puppeteers, and that there's a false light that shines the false light is creating those holograms. It's making those shadows that humans think are real life. And then there's actually a way to go out. And it's so funny because that's when I look at my data, I'm like, that's kind of what I'm describing here. So I wonder if he had an experience like mine and is describing the same underlying phenomenon.
Yeah, it's interesting question for sure. And yeah, the idea of this like people, yeah, at the start of the session you showed like people moving out of Plato's cave, but it was almost the opposite of what's shown here. Like this is the real world. Instead, it just showed like, oh, you're going into like a fake constructed world again
Yeah,
here, because that's I guess maybe what your frequency resonance vibration is matching with. It's just like this
yes,
like replaying of things and so on. But like being able to like make decisions based on knowledge and think critically and creatively. That's like what rather begins to reflect back like the real quote unquote world again, where it's like these are real interactions, that there's like novel solutions, there's like creative forces at work in the universe again, and you're actively participating in it, like just through how you show up yourself within yourself and how you relate and think and feel and all that.
I think so. I think you're right about that. And then here we get to the cathedrals. In your session that you did for the Hill back in April, you had references to cathedral, to the Sagrada Familia, which is a cathedral in Italy. Is that right?
Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Yes. Yeah, by this architect named Gaudi. He has very, very creative, offbeat kind of designs and everything like that. You could like stare at that structure for hours and not get bored.
Yes. People should look it up. And it's interesting because so I went to this place and it was just first obviously enormous because it's a construct in consciousness. So this place that I'm going to, again, it's not a tangible place, it's a consciousness place. You go there with a certain frequency. But this was the afterlife before the recycling or dissolution. But it felt like, it looked like, I experienced it as the inside of like a golden cathedral, and so beautiful. And then the masses of humans. And for the YouTube audience, we're going to talk about things now that are controversial. And so for new viewers that weren't here at the beginning when we said it, we're not talking about what we believe. We're talking about the data. I did a remote viewing session on this target blind, so I had no idea what the target was. I did this remote viewing session, and then after I had completed it and all done and all submitted, then I was told what it was that was the target. And so this data is not necessarily data that I want to be true, that I believe is true. Or that I hope is true. Some of it is upsetting to me, disturbing to me, and some of it I agree with, some of it I don't agree with, and that's okay. We're still talking about it because it's the data that came through. And so I would love for people to share their experiences. If you've seen some of these places, leave a comments, because I'd love to talk to you about that, or I'd love to hear more about it. And if you've seen something like this, either in your own remote viewing or in your own maybe out of body experiences, near death experience, those kinds of things. Yeah, so leave a comment and we can maybe talk about that. And so I really did see. So this brings us back. I had talked about. Let me see my slides. Do I have the Julia thing? Yeah, we talked about it a little bit more. But so I saw the masses of humans. They're walking along this path and they're not looking up. They're not looking at the beauty of this place. They're just shuffling along, and like dirty peasants in a sacred cathedral. Michael, you mentioned the word that you had peasants as well. Can you remind me of the context in which you had it in your session? I think you
Yeah,
mentioned it
it was
today.
the idea of that these people were being subordinated or
Yes.
controlled by like some more authoritative force of some kind, or like magnetized to them.
That's so relevant here. That's converging data between the two.
Mhm.
um, because I did see it, right. So they're just shuffling along the path. They're not looking. They're not appreciating the beauty of where they are. They're just shuffling along, and there's an infinite series of these paths, but they all lead to these doors. These blue light, again, is that same kind of blue light, that portal to something else, a threshold. And I see them, they're just like automatons. Like they're not making the choice. They're just following, they're shuffling along with everybody else. everybody else is going into the light, so they're going into the light. And so I saw that those of royal lineage, so kings, queens, those kinds of people, they go up and somewhere else, and the rest are just winking out or falling down a cliff, like they're just dissolved into nothingness. So then obviously I was like, what the hell am I seeing? What is this? What am I experiencing here?
Yeah, it's classism, apparently.
Yeah, terrible classism. And and that was another thing. I could see that there was one group that was shuffling all in the one path, and they were Hindu, and they weren't wearing shoes. They were kind of, poor, expressionless, and shuffling along. And then there were others that were, and we're going to see in the next slide, I think, that were from other ethnic groups and other religious groups. And so it looked like different paths for different groups of humans. They all lead to the same doorway where they get dissolved, winked out, or some of them get transported elsewhere.
Yeah. Makes you think a bit about like going back to the Mario Kart again. You have this circular racetrack that people are going on and repeating, and the mentioning of Hinduism makes you think of there's a reincarnation association here of some kind. Like people are kind of just repeating the same patterns and winking out from a higher perspective, but maybe within the specific domain where there's time itself, it's like almost just like an infinite loop of reincarnations and coming
Yeah,
back and all that kind of stuff too.
but I think the data here, to me, and this could be wrong, but I think it suggests that you're not reincarnating into a new, different life, that you're just replaying the same template. And that's why the choice makers are the one that make a different choice this time. And that makes this life novel, different, new. They're adding data to the data stream, to the Akashic records. Because you can see here, I felt like even in the flash of light, and here's where this is a bit sketchy, because I think it's an illusion that the royalty who go up, if you're still going through the light, if you're going into the light, you're getting torn apart, you're getting dissolved, ripped apart. And even the royalty that think they're being pulled up, they're still just being torn apart and dissolved and recycled. And it's only the people who have keys to different doors, and they go to a different door. I think that's on the next slide. They get to go somewhere else. But if you're, just because you are a king, you think, oh, I'm going to go somewhere else in my afterlife. If you're on that same path and you're not a choice maker, you're shuffling along with everybody else, and you think, oh, now I'm going to be elevated. Nope, you just get dissolved, torn apart, just like everybody else. So that's interesting, I think.
Yeah. Just to reiterate, I was thinking like in the context of that defunct machine, there's like people who are like shuffling on despondent, like they don't really have that creative participation in higher forces there. So that kind of, they're relegated to that place where they're repeating things over and over. And like the winking out would be like maybe their energy is being like harvested, or just it gets freed up to the universe for other things.
Yes,
somehow too, versus the ones who step outside that very narrow paradigm of living, where I guess you are kind of preserved by the universe in a sense, because you are participating actively in it, and it mirrors that, like participates actively in you as well there. So there's like a mutual like feeding or nourishing there.
Definitely. Yes, definitely. Yeah, because you can see here in the data, right? So there's the people they're vaporized, they're atomized, they're gone. But like you said, the energy itself is recycled, right? And then if you're just reiterating, if the whole play gets played out again, then that's that. And then again, I have here, right, cathedral at Christmas, a time of rebirth. So that feeds into what you're saying about that idea of recycling, right? Like you're starting over. And then, and again, the idea of the people. So I was like, why is this happening? You said about the energy harvesting, and it does, when I ask what happens here, it's talking about upward motion a greater amount. So I do think that energy harvesting definitely. And when I ask why it's happening, it's just because it has always been this way and nobody questions it or challenges it. And so if you challenge it, if you question it, if you don't follow the masses into the light, if you take the keys and go to a different door, then you don't have to go through that process. And so here, why is this happening? There's a covenant. And I was like, what the heck does that mean? Does this mean there's a prior agreement or a contract? And that wasn't correct. It was like at some point maybe, but now that contract or agreement doesn't apply to this anymore, but it keeps happening because nobody stops it. And that was super interesting to me, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, tell me.
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, the whole idea of covenant makes me think of like the discontinued machine or like the program that was installed on the planet, like in the Gurdjieff, the allegory Gurdjieff taught, like no longer being required, but it's just how it always been. So people just continue on that, not realizing there's other possibilities that are open to us that they weren't before.
You'll have to send me the name of the book where I can read more about what he
Sure.
said, because it sounds like he's talking about something very similar to what I experienced here.
Yeah, he has some very pretty interesting ideas about like he doesn't think that people are born with souls, that there's something that they grow over the course of their lifetime through their own experiences and their own conscious efforts and sufferings and so on. So I think that actually aligns with this in its own way too.
Yes, because here you can see I have the gray masses shuffling along, spiritless or dispirited. So that idea that they either don't have a spirit or their spirit has been removed from them, and they're the ones that are not the choice makers, so they get recycled. So maybe that fits into that idea as well, that some people, you have to grow your spirit, your will, your agency. You have to become a spirited person so that you can have other choices and you don't get recycled and your loose energy harvested.
Yeah, yeah, but I guess some people do make a decision on some level. They choose non-existence at some point, right? It's okay, I've had enough of this. This is just like a very narrow game. I'm tired of playing the game, so just turn off the
Yeah.
lights.
Yeah, right?
Hmm.
Don't do that. Come with me
That's
through the
not for me, no. But
um yeah, and I saw here, this is what I would like to see in other people's writings maybe. I saw like a blocked door that was boarded a long time ago, and I think that this would be so another maybe, because these group, I don't know, I have a lot of thoughts about that, but I won't go into them tonight. We'll go into them another day. But
hmm.
and then here's this idea of like Asians have their own path, like the dragon route kind of idea, and then the Caucasians, only the downtrodden are in these lines. I don't really know what that means, but it sounds horrifically incorrect, so I won't go down that too much. And it wasn't clear where all the groups were, but I could see some distinct groups. And I do think maybe like the groups that are strong believers in reincarnation are more likely to go down this path and then be atomized because that's their expectation and their belief. So they just follow that tradition and culture. The elite have a different set of doors because they've been given or they've earned or they've been granted keys to different doors. That's kind of what you're talking about with Gurdjieff, where he's talking about growing a soul. And it's what I referenced earlier when I made that connection of the key is that I am, and you say that and you speak it with your entire self. And then that's the key. That's one of the keys to a different door. Right?
Yeah, for me, what kind of comes up here is very much like how people's beliefs about the afterlife kind of inform their own interactions with it, because it's we're tapping into a very kind of high different realm there, and like we can find in our own viewing data, like there's a tendency in us to kind of put things into boxes and like allay
Yes.
uncertainty through this like just sticking to like what's the familiar, what's known, and so on. And some other like literature that talks about the afterlife, for either from like channeling sources or like interviewing people who've had near death experiences who died for maybe 5 to 10 minutes, then came back. They described like parts of the afterlife where people like it's like wherever you go, there they are. So people still contain their own similar like prejudices and things. Like some people can like if they have intolerances, they may just aggregate together, or if people are like particularly fond of, say, like, food or sex or drugs, they kind of tend to congregate in these like more ghetto-y areas of the afterlife. It's like the realm of hungry ghosts of the the Bardo in Buddhism, for example. People who are addicted to drama are just like in these like war zones almost, like where there's just constant like arguments and fighting and stuff. And then there's like the more chill areas where people just like had happy lives and just want to continue, having tea with grandma after you guys both pass and so on.
Yeah, and that I feel like there's something to that, right? That idea of like there's a little bit of co-creation maybe that happens. And I did really see these distinct human groups, and like I have here, they're walking in groups of similar others along the path, and that similarity can be ethnic, but it can also just be of belief and, like you said, of attitude maybe, right? So like people who are really lost in enjoying the violence of life, they kind of end up in their own little on their own little path. Here's for people who are interested, the link where Julia Mossbridge talked about the hill being a place only for nonverbal autistic people, and that she talks specifically about there being another realm in consciousness like the hill, except that it's only for Jewish people and is called Mount Sinai. And when you convert to Judaism, or if you're born into Judaism, you're told about Mount Sinai, and that this is a place that you will go to after you die, and it's only for Jews. And I think she then later in the video, she qualifies that to say that there are different places for different subsets of people. I think maybe some people think there's only Mount Sinai and everybody else gets recycled, and only the Jews get to go on into Mount Sinai. And then I think some Christians will say only the Christians go to heaven and everybody else goes to hell. And so I think, to me, it seems as though the data as I saw it suggests that this is a human misinterpretation. What I really did see was that different groups, different beliefs, different ethnicities, they all have their own path, but they're all kind of going to the same door. And I think that that's the same thing. I just want to say hello to Troubled Minds in chat. I'm delighted to see you here, by the way. We're talking about very controversial subject matter here. So let me finish it before I get into trouble. And also I am keeping, oh yeah, thank you. Time of the time. I know the time is kind of, we've been going on for a bit, so I'm going to try to finish up the next few slides more quickly.
I'm enjoying myself.
Good. Oh, good. Let us know if you're enjoying yourselves in chat or in the comments. And so one of the things for Julia Mossbridge talking about Mount Sinai, and then having the autistic hill the hill for the autistic people, and then different groups who believe that there are places that are just for them and nobody else gets to go. To some extent, I think that what she's describing, I've experienced, because yes, I could see that like the different groups were separated out based on ethnicity or based on belief system. But having said that, I think that the idea that everyone who doesn't go to your place goes to the bad place, or everybody else gets recycled, I don't think that that's accurate either. I think that if you're not a choice maker, it seems like you get recycled. If you're, maybe like you said, Gurja, if you don't grow a spirit, if you don't grow a soul, maybe you get recycled because you're just an NPC kind of character, which puts it in your control, which means if you are that way, you don't have to remain that way. You can change, you can grow and expand your consciousness. And so that idea of like, there are all these different realms and we can go to these other realms. Don't let your culture or your tradition tell you that you have to go get recycled, or that you are going to hell, and so if you find yourself in hell, well, now this is where you live. Right? Like, I think it just is that idea of there are other places you can go. And also the idea to not be so elitist either, that there's Mount Sinai for the Jewish people and that's where they go in their afterlife, but that doesn't mean that everybody else is just cattle that gets recycled. Other groups have other places and that they can go to that matches their frequency of that group. And again, we're just talking about remote viewing data. We're not saying this is how it is. We're not saying this is true. We're just saying we're discussing the data that came through in my session. Hello, Theodore Kent. I hope you're doing well. What do you make of that? Because I don't want to get myself in trouble. And being on the spectrum, I'm not always good at knowing how to say things in ways that the humans won't
Yeah.
react very negatively, right? I tend to just say things as they are, and I don't always make it nice for the humans.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. For me, what kind of also comes up is the idea of identification with kind of yourself, your, I guess your physical, carnal form. Basically, you're saying like I'm from this tribe or whatever, and I'll have a distrust of like the neighbors next door. Proverbially speaking, it's like my frequency is, wherever I go, there I am. That's going to be reflected there too. And it's like I'm still in this like enclave that I'm making for myself there. And but people who I think have more of that. I think that's if that's just all there is to like a person, that's like what it's matching to. But if there is more of that spark, and that's like okay, people are good. There's a loving God and so on, and that we're kind of all is children or whatever. I think there's definitely people that can connect with others, and it's like that other reality where people aren't really like winking out. They're because there really isn't like a something they just like play on loop that would like actually match your perceptions of reality as you are as like a physical living being. you know uh
Yeah.
yeah, those are my own takeaway from that, at least there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's interesting, right? And I do think if we take it at face value as okay, there's a possibility that this is kind of how it works. I think you're right in saying so. Then don't over-identify with one group because maybe you want choice, right? So like maybe
Yeah,
don't make your identity about yourself. I am rather than I am a part of this group and I'm a part of that group and right because then you're maybe limiting your options.
yeah, like you're a soul in the body, in a body, right?
Yes.
Ultimately.
And so
And
and also like in my cozy room mirror, I'm experiencing another view of this information and I don't really want to talk about it too much here because in a way it kind of it adds a different flavor to this and it leads to maybe for me a more profound understanding but it suggests that this is only a partial view of things and also that like I think the idea that these realms are still constructed and that they are a technology. So someone created Mount Sinai, someone created the hill, and now human consciousnesses are populating those places. But the idea that you go there after death, maybe temporarily, but I don't think you stay there. And the what I saw in my session of the hill is really this idea of like it's an artificial preservation of knowledge. It's a record keeping. It's a right. So it's like maybe you're going there and you're depositing your information. Your information is being recorded, but I don't think that that's the end point. I don't think that you're going to live out your eternity on Mount Sinai or on the hill or I don't know. This is dangerous things that we're talking about here. If you like it, give it a thumbs up. um, and Salcido says, let's see, Magic in the Noise, based on reports of paranormal anomalous activity, it does appear that everyone as individuals and groups is involved in deciding their afterlife. Yeah, and so there's a lot to this, and I am going to make videos about my experiences in my cozy rev mirror because I think that they give a different perspective on some of this stuff, and maybe I feel like the information is maybe more accurate. Um, but it's an interesting conversation nonetheless. So let's move on maybe more quickly now. Um, but yeah, if people want to go see the videos and talk, and just to think about, yeah, I think sometimes when people have near death experiences, it's like a new remote viewer who's never remote viewed before and then they see something and they think that what's there what they saw has to be real and true, right? And then if they see a dog at the target and you're like close, it was actually a reindeer, and they'll say no, I saw a dog, so there is a dog at the target, and you say no, the target is a reindeer, but like good work. They will insist like no, I saw a dog, I know it was a dog, therefore it has to be a dog. And if the target was a reindeer, there must be a dog hiding behind the reindeer, right? Like they insist that what they experienced it has to be the real, and they forget that everything you experience in consciousness has to come back into your brain, and it gets filtered through your memories, your perceptions, your bias, your prejudices, your prior experiences, your expectations, and all of that shapes the final product of what you end up with when you're back in your body explaining what you saw, right? And so maybe you've never seen a reindeer before. So what you experienced as this big, dark, brown, shaggy animal, now you're saying it's a dog. But if you had had experiences with reindeer, maybe you would have been able to see it as a reindeer. But because you've never seen a reindeer, you don't even know the term. For you, it was like, oh, that must be a dog. I just want people to think about this because I see in the remote viewing community a lot of people who sometimes, and also for my data here tonight, don't take this as this is the truth and I have to live my life in accordance with that. Just take this as here's data that I brought back for your consideration, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And for sure, people have very strong beliefs and identifications with like what happens when we die and so on and so forth. And that's kind of really culturally conditioned. So
Yes.
it can definitely step on a few people's like trigger points saying, oh, it's this way or that way or something like that. But ultimately, it is just data that we're collecting and sharing, really. And
Yeah. Yeah. So
yeah,
here's some experiences from a transcription of the Hill, um, where the guy Daniel, who's not autistic but was invited, he works with the autistic children. He was invited to go there, so he tried going every night, and he was meditating and doing all these things. He wanted to bring his brain to the frequency of the Hill, and then he ended up chanting and singing, and then finally he gets there, and he says it's really hard to describe the specifics of the sounds, but there's an audio thing associated with it. You need to go in with loving energy. Um, and he's talking about all of this frequency stuff. And I just thought, it was interesting because that idea of frequency and audio and echo that came through a lot of my data as well. Calibration or alignment coming through with the idea of frequency. I can make more sense of it now that I know what the target is and I have this analysis data, because now I can see, oh, that calibration, that alignment that I could see so clearly as a big black like cross, like an X, like you have to be perfectly aligned. That makes sense now as a frequency. If you want to go to the Hill, you have to have that frequency. If you want to go to Mount Sinai, you have to have that frequency. If you want to go elsewhere outside of these realms into a different realm, you have to have the right frequency. You have to align your frequency to it. I think that's interesting.
yeah, this
Yeah, tell
passage,
me.
I find interesting about this idea of voice, frequency, echo. So the echo is kind of like almost like a handshake in a sense. There's like a something
Yes,
resonating. I mean, it's not exactly the scientifically the equivalent phenomenon,
it's
but
a resonating response.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
so below.
Exactly, right? And
Mm.
then this idea of like these infinite looping, infinite iterations comes through here as well. Here's data from the telepathy tape transcripts. Have you asked the voice? Are you a collective consciousness? Are you a guide? Are you an angel? Are you a non-human intelligence? Are you God? And he says they're a divine being that collects the thoughts and puts them in safekeeping. And that is really reflected in the data that I had, right? But that idea of like it's a record of the data. So it might have been that data that I was kind of pinging with. Um, and then the spellers in the Hill, this is from the transcript, are divinely protected. And that this Daniel person is saying he was worried when he first got there that, or the weapons industrial complex is going to come kind of hijack my path, my connection, and they're going to kind of invade the Hill. But then the children were like, no, that's not going to happen. The space is protected. You have to have the right frequency. Um, and so I think that, yeah, I think that came through strongly in my data as well, that idea that, yes, people are wanting to weaponize this, but there are protective things in place that would prevent that. And it came through for me as a wrought iron, and important enough that I had to write it down. And so I thought this was weird. I was looking, just kind of browsing through Wikipedia. Surrounding a cemetery with an iron fence was thought to contain the souls of the dead. So this idea of like there's this containment for the dead souls, or for this the consciousnesses, maybe, right? I thought
Makes
that
me
was a
think of
really
like in the Middle Ages, they placed a lot of emphasis on like being, if you were a good Christian, you had a Christian burial, a Christian grave, and if I guess you were unbaptized or like infidel or whatever, you'd have the other grave where it's like you're, destined to be eaten by like, demons or pecked at or whatever, and they like start to like suck energy from the land in some superstitions. They maybe put like iron around that to like contain these like sort of preternatural elements, which may be kind of coming up with these like quote unquote unclean souls or something like that. That comes to mind.
yes, and the Irish who had the idea that you had to use iron to ward off the bad fairies that would come and steal you away into another dimension. So that's there's something there, right? It all kind of comes, and again, is that there's an underlying pattern of information that is resonating through all these different myths and stories. And so when you're experiencing it as a remote viewer, and then it ties into all these things, so everyone is picking up on that idea, and they're expressing it slightly differently, but the underlying notion is the same, right? So I thought that was really cool. And because I did see iron in your session that you did on the hill, that you had written it out as metal, and then you're like, no, it was specifying that it was iron. I thought that was kind of cool. And then again, this
Yeah,
idea
that
of
was
it
for like an airplane, so it was even there acting like a container. We even talked about like airplanes made of like aluminum now being like carbonate as well. So good tie-in.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you were hoping to go on a plane to replicate being in a cozy rev mirror because you're in an aluminum cylinder flying through the sky, you can't, because now they're made of carbon fiber. You have to go in an old plane. Yeah. And so again, this idea of like this leads the primitives to worship it without understanding that it's technology. And I think that that maybe is what has happened, and that's just something for people to think about. Maybe, I don't know, it's something for me to think about.
Yeah, it makes me think
um,
of like these like spaces that maybe certain people and like faiths they kind of form through their thought forms and they kind of stumble upon it or have a conscious realization, oh wow, this is an actually real thing, and like that kind of have that not like a very sophisticated understanding of like their own participation in creating that space themselves.
yeah, and then I think that you can go elsewhere. If you go to a space and you don't like it, go elsewhere, don't stay there, right? Like here, right, that it's hologram displays of encoding, but that there's more than one. And yeah. And so is there anything here? Just yeah, the kind of cargo cult idea. And then here, that's something that we talked about earlier. Um, I wanted to know, okay, so how do I get a key to the different sets of doors? And ideas of like esoterica, doors of wisdom, doors of knowledge, those kind of terms kind of came in. And then I saw very clearly there's like two traditions. There's like the tradition is human instincts. So you learn these instincts and you repeat them, and you're kind of like a human animal, but tame, and you have no curiosity, no rebelliousness, no question. You do what you do because that's the tradition and that's what everybody else does, and that's you just do what you're told. You don't have to think, you just follow the crowd, and don't do that. The other one is the knowledge seeking, wisdom collecting, not collecting but acquiring. You're experiencing wisdom, you're having wisdom. And then it's like this idea of like that's how you acquire the knowledge of the other doorways. And once you know that they're there, then you can go find them, and then you can have your I am key to open them and to try to go there.
Yeah, reminds me
Yeah.
of like what the Apostle Paul spoke of when some people like live according to the law, according to the flesh, according to the tradition, versus like living according to the spirit of
Oh,
something. I kind of see that very kind of sharp demarcation there.
I like that a lot. Yes. Yeah, and that seems to be what it is. Yes. So don't just memorize and say the words. You have to know them and mean them.
Yeah.
Um,
I
so
remember this Book of the Dead, or like one of the Tibetan books where they basically it's like instructions for the psychopomp. You have to, have these visualizations to like sneak back this reincarnation realm to get to nirvana or something. I don't think that's quite how it works.
this is what, but this really does map on, I think, to the Tibetan bardos. Because
Yeah,
what was, can you tell us a little bit about that?
yeah, sure. I'm not an expert by any means, but I think a good foundation would be there's opportunities to experience like nirvana if you kind of attain certain levels of like jhana or like these like forms of absorption. But in the absence of that, you tend to encounter like these splendorous deities, and then these sort of their shadow sides as well. There's like in theory, you'd have to say like mercy versus wrath, for example. You kind of experience these as like hells in a way, but it's really just kind of that philosophy behind it is just it's reflecting your own consciousness there and your own capacities, like in the different realms you incarnate into. There's like the realms of like the I guess I forget what they're called, but like they're called the jealous gods. Basically, that's the ones who are addicted to war and conflict and drama. The realm of hungry ghosts, where people are just gluttons, drug addicts, sex addicts, all these types of things. And then there's the more demonic hellish realm where you get like just like pecked at by demons for like that's for like the murderers and things like that go. And then there's like animal realms, human realms, and there's like a pleasant heaven realm as well if you've actually had a good life too. But as soon as like that clock winds down, you're just like back on the wheel again. So
Right. Okay, so then that fits in with what I was saying about like maybe these are temporary. So you're in this place for a while, but not forever, right? And so then it resets, and either you're back on the wheel and the wheel starts turning again, or you can exit the wheel, right?
yeah,
And
essentially there's that. There's also like you through certain actions you do leave certain like repeating cycles. Like some people maybe they have more of a animalistic life, so maybe they cycle between like the addiction realm versus the animal realm versus the human realm, and then they get some sense in them, and it's like start being a good person. Maybe they have a bit more experience in like the heaven realm that they have there. And I guess if they just compound that feedback loop, it's like they can find a place where there's like maybe more real. It's not exactly the same as this though. Like I think this is actually a little bit more sophisticated. I'm not just like puffing you up here, but it's that idea of like living according to like the law, the traditions, our ingrained psychic defenses, our ego structures. That's all just like reality. If that's really all that's really to us and how we relate to reality, then that's what gets reflected in the afterlife. You're just in this totally bounded circle where it's really just like protecting your own self and your own insecurities and everything like that. And that's like a very shallow Mario Kart place where you're just going in circles there.
yes, right?
Yeah.
Yes. There's something to this. So then here's a bit of a recap. You can develop yourself always in ways that will grant you access. You can learn about the keys. So you're not stuck in this iterative loop. And then here's some really weird data that came through about numbers and our reality. I won't go very deep into this, but yeah, just these. Yeah, let me try to go back to this. Yeah, I did see that this grid, these coordinates for our reality space. And I guess it is, we were talking about the Matrix earlier. I guess, yeah, now that I look at it, I'm like, yeah, it's like the Matrix, right? Where at the time, because I was experiencing it, I didn't make the connection. But now I'm seeing that like every point in our reality has a fixed value in a matrix, but not, I wasn't thinking of it as like the movie Matrix. I was thinking of it in a matrix, like
Yeah, like a
matrices.
mathematical construct.
Yes, exactly. I had to learn how to do coding in R, which is a software language that's the worst in the world, and I hate it. I hate it more than I hate Python, and it doesn't display anything visually. Like, it's just horrific. And we had to do these matrices in R. So now when it comes through in remote viewing, I always have this little
Hmm.
but so it exists, and it has coordinates, and it's measured and navigable, chartable, but changeable. And this is this idea of like you can run the numbers and then tweak a property and run them again to measure the change's effect. And this is where I think this idea of like you live out reality to the end of the universe, to the end of eternity, and then it starts back again. The loop starts over and the whole thing plays out again. But the reason that some of us are choice makers is because you can make a change, and then the program runs again to see how the changes you made in your choices are going to affect all of reality. It's something along those lines. And I was thinking, I wonder, I don't know, at the time I was like, is this related to the Mandela effect? But now that we've had this conversation, I'm thinking it's not that simplistic.
About the numbers, tweaks in property. Yeah, it makes me think of almost like phase space in a way. If you know, it's like a mathematical concept as well. Sometimes you have very linear systems or static systems. There'll also be like chaotic systems where the patterns like literally never repeat and never can. I think perhaps like if maybe a person's like literally like they're going in circles, like in the Bardo, it's like they're in a static linear system that's easily like tracked and managed. They can be like superimposed in just very predictable ways, but like more creative person, a more like advanced spirit, like maybe intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, they're behaving more like a chaotic pattern where it's like they cannot be really put into a box in the system. So it's like it maybe gets incorporated into if there's like higher, yeah, the language I used, I think in my retasking for this was like objects, I have it here, basically active transformation of phase space for objects subject to like control from like higher orders of other chaotic interactions. So it's like there's more complex universal functions that are going on that are like there's like a base layer here where things are just being kind of like controlled or manipulated and monitored at like a very baseline level, which is I guess maybe similar to this like container for like the base holograms and like the paths that people can take through these experiences.
Yes. And there's two things. So first, when you started saying the Bayesian space, I had such a strong deja vu, but I
So
was so uh, shocked and startled by the intensity of the deja vu of hearing you say those exact same things, that it knocked me off of that path. Do you know what I mean? Like I didn't say what I had said the last time.
mhm.
Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. That's so weird because we're talking about Mandela effects, and I'm like, oh, I actually have this is a deja vu.
Yeah, I've heard some people compare mandala effects to almost like a glitch in the matrix, which is where deja vus are. It's like they say, oh, that's when like they've changed something in the program.
Yeah, or like, yeah, that was so weird. That as soon as you said the Bayesian space and like that whole set, I was like, I have
Yeah.
already like we
I
did
actually
this.
said phase space, but if it came out Bayesian space, well, I'll just let the universe do what it wants with that.
Maybe in the other iteration, you said Bayesian space.
Oh,
Um,
jeez.
what's interesting here is that it suggests that there's like two things happening. You can make the change, and then in the next loop, like you're saying, then that change is in effect. But I also saw, but then there's also this idea of like the change is live stream change. Like you're making the change in the moment, and it's different in the moment. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like you can update the records after the game is done being played, and then the next time it gets played slightly differently. But this is like changing the record while it's still running in a way.
Yeah, I think maybe what our experience of that is perhaps just an artifact of our own like perceptual faculties. Like we interpret things through time, which may not really exist in other places. So if it's like you're just making a static change here that manifests as like some weird time travel ultimate reality, this or that, but it's just changing a variable in this one set here. But it's just
That's
because of
what I think
how,
as well. I think that the very, I think it's that the change is being is, and also I think if the universe is unobserved, then none of the properties are fixed. But as soon as there's an external observer that observes our universe, our reality, then all the properties collapse into fixed. So they're not fixed prior to observation. They're all in a superposition. We're experiencing them as fixed states, but they're not. So for you, it might be Bernstein Bear. For me, it might be Berenstain Bear. And we might exist in the same reality with each other, and we don't notice that they're different because we're all in a superposition state. But then as soon as an external observer observes our reality and it collapses into fixed properties, now it becomes the Berenstain Bears. And so then all of a sudden for you, it's changed. For me, it hasn't, right?
hmm,
And then after a while of non-observation, the fixed properties collapse back into superposition states. And I think that's why some of the Mandelas flip-flop, because I think, and that suggests that we're not completely abandoned on that shelf in this little bell jar, that someone is coming by now and then and looking in on us. And every time they look in on us, all the superpositions collapse into fixed properties. And then
Yeah.
the bears become the Berenstain Bears. There's something to that, I think. What do you
Yeah.
think?
Yeah. The idea of being in the abandoned thing, I think that's for the people who have these, they have like, they're in the linear phase space system where it's all kind of more or less locked down there. Maybe that would be suggested that people who are in that space, they don't notice mandala effects, maybe because they don't really have that reflexive capacity or something. So I think, yeah, if it does require paying attention to reality to notice deja vus and glitches, and like having some amount of internal and external awareness and some
And
decision of how your
also,
attention is.
if you were in the superposition state, if your awareness was on the value that ends up becoming the fixed property, for you, it hasn't changed, right?
Yeah.
Because consciousness can only hold on to one state. So if you're in a superposition state as a consciousness, you don't realize you're in a superposition state. It's just that the the position of things that you're experiencing, you're only experiencing one, but an infinity of them exist. So when you collapse back, if the one you were perceiving happens to be the one you collapse back into as a fixed property, you don't notice a change, right?
Yeah.
And then, so here, I thought this was kind of weird and interesting. When you, again, because I was like, okay, there's this hologram, time isn't real. We were talking about dimensions earlier. If you add the three, I found this in a paper about putting a quantum particle in a box, kind of the Schrodinger's equation, but you want to, you're wanting to locate the position of the particle in this three-dimensional box, right? And so this idea of like adding the three different axes into the Schrodinger equation to make it 3D, there's something there that I think is really relevant to what I was seeing and describing, in terms of the matrices. Every point in the reality grid is encoded, right? And yeah, anyway, I think that may be a little bit too much for Saturday night on YouTube, but if anyone's interested, that's maybe a conversation we could have on our Patreon. At a later date, maybe.
Yeah, this is very stretching for the mind to try and think outside the box of time and try and just comprehend that. Yeah, like, there's higher things that are going on here, and our perception of time it's an artifact. It's not actually real. So if there's like, oh, there timeline shift or contradictory past or whatever, I mean, maybe perhaps the opening up of the past in terms of possibilities is like part and parcel to the experience of having this higher potentiality. It's like both the future and the past kind of open up in
Yes,
ways.
I think so. And here, where I saw, like, I was asking about these changes that are being made to our reality, essentially. And when I was like, okay, well, describe a typical change, like, show me. And I had the sense of like it's radiating outward. And I think what you're saying is probably part of it. It's not just radiating in the physical reality, it's radiating in time. So a little bit backwards in time as well as a little bit forward in time, right?
Yeah, it even may take like quote unquote time for the entire upload to patch the server before that completely comes online as well too. So it's like there's like pockets. Reminds me of Leo Seischen's work about the world was 10 dimensions at one point, but then there's warfare that collapsed the dimensions to like destroy things. There's pockets of multidimensional areas that are like shrinking and expanding and stuff, and it's very mind-boggling.
Whose work is this?
Leo Seichen, Seichen Liu, he wrote the Three Body Problem series.
I haven't read
Uh,
that yet. I want
yeah,
to.
there's some pretty. I think it kind of portrays a bit of a malevolent universe, in my opinion, but the physical concepts are very interesting. And there's also a fan fiction book that was officially published, it's not officially canon to Three Body, but it's called Redemption of Time. And to me, it closes a lot of the gaps, and it depicts a reality that I think is more matching. It's like there's almost like a hyperdimensional battle between people who want like infinite time and zero space versus people who want infinite multi-dimensional space, but like no time anymore. It's like somewhere between these battles, we have these like little islands of, life emerging and stuff, and somewhere between that math spectrum.
And we're somewhere in all of that.
Yeah,
Oh, I want to read that. That sounds really interesting.
I think you'd like it. Yeah.
And it kind of makes me think of the movie Arrival with the aliens that the way they communicate has no sense of time, right? And they can affect the past. They don't experience time in a linear way. Do you know
Mhm.
what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. Arrival and take the premise. I mean, it's been out, so spoilers away.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, it was about educating the Earthlings on how to think outside of time,
Yes.
so they could kind of, in a way, kind of, I guess, more directly see how that multidimensional aspect of reality actually works and participate in it. Because the aliens said they needed humanity's help for some greater conflict going on there, and
That's right. Yeah, in the future, that they would need help or something in the future, wasn't
yeah,
it?
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so they needed humans to survive.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
there's something there to like that people who pay attention to reality left, right, and center, um, and can make decisions and be themselves and own that. Like they have a role to play in creation in some way. There's like some higher maintenance going on somehow. That was I don't know if that's like just like my own projection onto the data, but yeah, just for what it's
no,
worth.
I think it's there. I experienced that. I do, yeah, I do agree with that, that
Mm.
is there is a role for people who are not the NPCs, who are making choices, who are individuating. Yeah. And then so here's more data about that. And again, I keep trying to ask for whom, and I get, data architect, something along those lines. Like I'm really trying to pinpoint something human, but it's so far beyond the human that it doesn't translate. So even when you're trying to figure out what is it that you're telling me, it's so hard to put it into words. Um, and so then I asked, like, what if I tunnel through? So, like, something is updating every point of our reality as a coordinate and it has a value, a symbol. And each one of them feels like an access point to this other place, which is what kind of what you were just saying, right?
Mm.
And then when I go there, and we'll see in a few slides, I see the central hub. And it's so funny because it's running systems that are so much more complex and so much more important, honestly, programs. And like our little reality is like one of an infinite number, and it's just that's just like happens to be going on, but like the main hub is focusing on things that are so much more important.
Mhm.
And you had talked about this, you had reacted to the changes in pi. Did you want to say something about that?
Yeah, makes me think of the Professor Ian McGilchrist and his a lot of study on like the left versus the right brain hemisphere, and how the left brain is all about instrumentality and putting things into boxes, and the right hemisphere is more related to kind of relationality and the actual reality of
Okay.
things. And when they found people who have like injuries in their corpus callosum, and they do like eye covering experiments to see what they remember walking through a space, the right hemisphere of the brain is aware that there's things that it doesn't know. The left hemisphere is not aware that there are things that it doesn't know. It just assumes it knows everything in a system like a chessboard. It sees everything and can manipulate all that. And I was thinking this idea of changing pi, because it seems like it's such an intrinsic function to geometry. And like, if you change pi, like what on earth works anymore? Nothing does if you assume everything's just a computational experience there. And but like changing, I mean, there's so many irrational numbers, they go on forever, right? So in order for it to define a rational number, to put it in a box, you have to like cut it off at some point. And at that point, you're abandoning the rest of the reality of the right hemisphere, and you're putting it in this box again on the left side. And I was wondering if perhaps at some point, if things become sophisticated enough, or like you calculate enough digits of pi, you can find changes to that, or to the like phi or something like that, like similar to the Mandela effect or something. It's just a
Yes.
hypothesis I have. But like that
Say,
would break
tell
our
me
world.
more. Tell me more, because that's quite fascinating
Yeah.
as an idea.
I think that's all I said. Like that's For me,
how would we like how would we track that? Ah,
yeah, this is the thing. It's like for me, it's hard to picture because it's like geometry is so intrinsic to our embedded system of reality that yeah, it doesn't make any like nothing makes any sense anymore. It's like I'd almost like give up my like soul before I gave up pie or something like that. Because like
well, that's the
can
thing
imagine
because
I can imagine losing my soul as sad as that sounds, but like changing pie is like what?
and it's what
Yeah.
you're saying, right? It's that idea of
Yeah. Sorry, Paul Shields, you just said pi could be 3.2 in a curved space. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess I was assuming there's like a linear flatness to everything. I'm not like a mathematical philosopher or physicist or anything
oh,
like that. So just
interesting.
to
I didn't
qualify.
know that. That is, but that makes sense, right? Because if you have a circle, but then it's on a slightly curved space,
You
then
what it reminds me? It reminds me of the flatlands analogy where they found like people who live they're basically triangle people living on a 2D space. But I think in a later in thought experiment or a book about it, it was but this is actually on a 3D manifold, a sphere, and then these flat people they measure at one point the distance between these two right angles or whatever, and they find a triangle that doesn't add up to 180. And it's like,
right.
oh, our world's completely shattered. We have no idea where we are, what we're doing anymore.
That feels like us. That feels like the humans.
Yeah. I feel like I don't know. Yeah, no, almost. I'm not sure if like something like that would actually ever be official. Like they'd maybe hide it between like the quadrillions and quadrillions of digits or something like that. But is like,
Like people like CERN would notice the change. I don't know, but because they're looking at data at such tiny, 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 so closely, so precisely,
mhm,
and then they have. But then, are they using things like pi? Not really. Well, because the collisions have particles moving, radiating outwards, right, in a spherical motion around the collision point.
yeah,
So
it's
you
like they'd
pick
have
up
to
a
find a
change in
circle and then take its measurements, and then
yeah, that's okay. And that's the thing. And so that's why this is so weird and interesting to me as well, is this idea of like, because as well, I was like, okay, but like that would destroy everything. And so because I'm like, what happens to these values that are changing? And then I get the idea of like they're these old worn out gears are slipping. And so some of the values are not being changed intentionally. They're being
yeah,
changed because this is abandoned and neglected. No one's maintaining it properly. And so then when I ask about like, is it a natural process? It's like, no, this should be maintained and it's not being maintained. And the consequences of this is the decay of data, of the integrity of data, of the coherence. And so that's, I think, concerning for humans in the system if the system is degrading over time. And if the Mandela effect is a precursor that we notice, I remember I made some videos about the Mandela effect when I was younger on one of my conspiracy theory channels. And one of the things that I was thinking about was okay, right now, the things that are changing are, the name of the Berenstain Bears or the name of the Skechers or Ankara is the capital of Turkey, things like this, right? Um, Placement of New Zealand is a little bit more concerning. But I was thinking, what if we wake up and the value of the intensity of the sun's radiation has changed? That's going to be a problem, right? Like, if the Mandela effect is occurring and reality, the database migration is happening and there's corruption of the data in that migration. That's how I thought of it at the time. When I look at it through this lens, it's like, okay, there's this automated system that's running and the gears are getting old and it isn't being properly maintained. And so when the gears slip, some of the values are just being changed accidentally. And so our whole reality changes in that moment. Then what happens when it's not a trivial change? What happens when it is a change like, oh, now all of a sudden the output of the radiance of the sun is different, or the decay rate of cesium is different, or pi now is 3.12 instead of 3.14. What happens to our reality? Everything starts falling apart, or it becomes unlivable for humans. you know, if the DNA is just tweaked, there's one wrong code put in, all of a sudden you don't have a human anymore, right?
Yeah,
So
you
I
get
think
like
that,
misfolded proteins and all this other stuff,
yeah,
fibromyalgia,
prion disease.
cystic fibrosis. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking as well too about yeah, the idea of lossy data migration and so on. It's like you want to do your best to preserve the pieces that are more intrinsic to the core functions or the running of it. If it's just like a maybe a list of your grandma's like recipes or something, maybe it has sentimental value, but maybe Google doesn't care as much about that or something, or they can afford to lose it.
Yeah.
And maybe some of these like more, I guess, linear types of souls that kind of just live in these loops. It's like, okay, one's as good as the other, as sad as that is to say. And it's like, okay, we can dispense with that. And that's like what the sort of the soul smashing is that you kind of mentioned, or this like rupture of
Yes.
entities there that kind of reconstitute there.
That would
Did
be
you,
interesting.
yeah. Did you
Sorry.
include in this slide deck the last page, the one that was missing initially about like the flooding?
Yes, I did. It's
Okay,
coming up. Yeah.
cool.
And I want to say to Bigfoot in the chat, hello, thank you for being here. And thank you for reposting the stream elsewhere. That makes me happy. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're
Like,
always trying
comment,
to,
subscribe.
yeah, like, comment, and subscribe. We're always trying to get the content to new audiences. YouTube is changing how it's doing things next year, and it's going to kill variety channels because it won't show content to people who subscribe to you anymore. It's going to show subscribers content that the algorithm decides you're interested in. But so if it decides that you're interested in the telepathy tapes, it's only going to show you telepathy tapes content. Even so, then if we don't do another video on the telepathy tapes, then you won't see our channel's next video because it's going to be another topic. So if you are interested in this, I guess for this year, subscribe. For next year, I don't know, I'll have to figure out a solution to that. So here's the central hub. Here's what I saw when I was like, okay, show me what's happening. And I was bilocated. I was transported. This session, I bilocated most of the session. Like I was at the data. I was at the places. And so this one was so weird. And I wrote it down because I'm experiencing things that I can't translate to human words very well because they're not human. And so I come back and I'm trying to write something down that will make sense to another human. And I'm like, I don't know how to translate this. And so I was like, something about this reminds me, in the original, the old Independence Day movie with what's his name?
Will Smith.
Yes, I was thinking like your wife's my wife's name out of your anyway, that guy. So in the Independence Day version that he's in, there's like that scene, they go into the ship at the end. Something about that scene flashed through me as I was trying to describe what this is. It's huge. And when I say alien here, I don't mean alien as in little aliens, whatever,
Yeah.
grays. Yeah, I mean so different, so not human in terms of my reference frame, my world experience. It's like nothing I've seen, nothing I've experienced, nothing I would expect. It's just, that's what I mean when I say alien. I mean foreign to me, my understanding. And so this thing was so alien to me, enormous, organized, powerful. And every one of those little dots is a data stream. And the data stream is updating data points in this infinite number of realities, right? And so you can see, right, there's like the human numbers here. These are the human symbols, and that's feeding into our reality. And then there's another reality over here, and their symbols are completely different from what we would recognize as ours. So their reality is different. It's encoded in a different language. So it's not even that they speak a different language, it's that the encoding of their reality is in a different language, if that makes sense. These ones are not even letters or numbers. These are just shapes. Like, and so I like every single one of these dots. I think I have that on my next slide, maybe. Yeah, I do. It's like a different.
Kind of Egyptian.
Yeah, hieroglyphs, right? And so like I really got the sense like each of these is a separate universe. And so there's like this just like this, it's not infinite, but it's nearly infinite, but not quite. And I think that that distinction is important. It makes a difference because it makes it more real. The fact that I felt like this is not, it's almost infinite, but it's not infinite, it suggests that it's not like a concept. It's there's a tangibility to it. Does that make sense to you when I say that?
Yeah.
Because if it was infinite, it can't be real, right? Because then, but if it's bounded, if it's finite, then there can be a system that has what to us would be almost infinite number of databases that it's updating. And
Mhm.
for it, that's not a big deal. If it's an AI that's, a billion times more powerful than anything we're going to create in the next 40 years, then for it to manage and maintain an almost infinite number of realities, that's not a problem, right? But if it was infinite, then that would be a problem. So the fact that it was almost but not quite infinite felt like important. And now I understand why that felt important.
Yeah, so there's some bounded condition I think that's keeps it from being infinite. Like there's some types of intrinsic qualities to the hub itself,
Yeah.
which is also good to know, right? That is it's data, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, because I kind of want to understand what is this and how does it work and what is it's doing and what's my relationship to it. I hope to get retasked with more on this so that I can kind of go in and get more data about it, because I think that there is a lot there, and also because I don't think I've seen necessarily something like this. Maybe you have though, because you've done a lot more reading in kind of religious texts and NDE texts and these things. But does this ring a bell or?
Yeah, for me, it just I'm thinking of more like the sort of the angelologies and all these like in there's this Islamic Sufi mystic named Ibn al-Arabi, and he had this idea that there's like the divine names of God who are, there's like, God the merciful, God the wrathful, and so on. And these are all kind of in dialogue with each other and this higher level of reality. And basically these conversations manifest as these like imaginal worlds that we observe and tap into there. And then there's like the base layer. It's like we participate in some of the divine names of God through our own qualities of becoming human. And I think, at least according to him, like humans have a important place in creation because they're like, the one things on, Earth, take or leave that part, but that can embody all the names of God in potentiality.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
That we can embody all the names of God and the potential. I love that because I resonate with that and with the power of the I am, because in the Bible, that's the name that God gives himself, right? I am that I am.
Yeah.
And I felt the embodiment of that. And so in that sense, I think we do embody that. Uh, and again, this is the construct maybe in which we exist, but I what I saw is that we are not limited to that. That we have the ability to, I don't know, transgress, I guess, right? To go outside and beyond this. Um, but I think that the way it's constructed is very complex, and so I'm getting these pieces of it. I'm trying to translate it into something human. So Cito says he feels old because he remembers the original Independence Day movie. I remember it as well. I used to watch it a lot. Um,
Yeah, I remember that as a young kid as well. It's like that's probably closer to a bit closer to the moon landing than it is to our time now. Yeah.
I think someone had given me a DVD of it or something, and I used to watch it to go to sleep to.
Hmm.
Uh, so I yeah. And then so again, this idea of like experiencing it, the artificiality, the idea of it being for children. I saw these paper stars. I've always wanted these. I never got them, but when I went to IKEA, I remember in my own little apartment, I was like, I'm gonna get paper stars at last. And then I found them in the children's department, and I was like, maybe I won't. I think they're beautiful, and so um, Yeah, but that's yeah, that idea of like something beautiful, but maybe a man-made or a there's an aspect of a human contribution. So this is what we've been saying, that we're not just meaninglessly living out our lives, that we are contributing meaning, that we can contribute meaning, that we can make changes, that we can exit the system, and that we can make the system better just by our being here, by the choices that we make. But we have to make those choices consciously. I think that all of that is there.
Yeah, that resonates. And there's something like very like um bucolic about these stars as well, like very idyllic. You wrote Elysium a bit earlier on, and then kind of thought, oh no, this is more like the mathematical place. So, but to me, this is almost like humans, we have the power to kind of create a reality that, or a space to inhabit that is, deeply like nourishing to us and is kind of our home, is our place of happiness, rather than just repeating these like cycles, which may just ultimately result in suffering or sabotaging of our own happiness. But people, I think, can lead like happy circular lives too. So
Yes,
kind of a bit of
definitely.
six of one, half a dozen of the other there.
Yeah, because the paper star is still beautiful, even if it is just a paper star, right? Like
Yeah,
there's
it's a
still
work of
beauty
art.
to
It's
it.
a creative thing.
Yes. And this is really, I think, the image that comes through, that the hill specifically is a paper star for these children. We're nearly at the end. I want to talk a little bit about this very quickly, um, partly because Jeff had the wooden stairway as well. So I have this data comes through, and again, here we see where I wrote out Wonderland, and so it was in data that was different from where I had written the kind of Alice in Wonderland feel earlier in my session. Um, and then I thought it was really weird because back in 2019, I posted on Facebook about my trip to Romania. And I had gone down into a salt mine in Romania, Turda, salt mine, Turda Salina. And it was incredible. I wish that I could go back now, because you're so deep down under the surface of the earth in this salt mine, and they tell you how it's created, but it doesn't make any sense. Like there's so much unknown to this, and they pretend, oh yes, these salt mine miners who were coming down into this mine that's so deep in the earth. I don't even know how they got down there in time to get, like, they would have to sleep there because it takes so long to get down and so long to get back up. And but then they take the time to like create these uh chandeliers that look like they're made out of crystal, but they're made out of salt. Huge chandeliers and these
Mhm.
polished floors. And then they're showing us how they kept lights on and whatever. And they're, oh, this is where they brought horses, and they had horses walking in a circle in the mill. And everyone's like, but how did you get the horses down here and back up again? And they're like, oh, well, once you got the horse down here, then it just lived out its life here. But no sunlight. You'd have to bring it water. Like the horses would probably, like they estimated the horses would probably live 2 years before they died. And like none of the story makes sense. Like there's clearly something going on here, that some other group of humans or other civilization did something. And then the humans just stumbled across it and were like, okay, making up stories. But so in this underground salt mine in Romania, when you go down, 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 down to the very bottom, it's so quiet. You're shielded. There's like, you're not getting cell phone signals. You're not getting Wi-Fi down there. You're not hearing cars. Like you're so deep down in the earth, and and because you're in a salt mine, the salt kind of does it ionize the air, or it like purifies the air somehow. So like
Yes.
there's
Yeah,
right.
there's like native ions that bind with particulates and bring it down to the ground.
Yes, so the air is so clean and pure. And then you're so deep down underground that like there's like, I don't know if it's an aquifer, but there's water in the bottom of the mine. And when you speak into it, the echo is so weird. It's not normal because everything is bounded. And so it was just an amazing experience. I want to go back. If anyone wants to take me to Romania, to the salt mines, or if anyone is in Romania, I would recommend going to the Terra and remote viewing down there, meditating down there. That's what I wish I had done. I wish I had taken the time to do meditation. Um, there's this place, an amusement park at the bottom, and it's mostly for children. They have little children's games, and they have little boats, and you can take your little children in a little boat. And it's just to give them something to do when they after the long trek down there. And I referenced it. I in my post on Facebook, I put, "Oh, this is Sasha in Wonderland," and it was so weird because it looks so much like what I saw in the sense of Wonderland, this idea of, and it's for children, and it's in the bottom of this well kind of place, you know what I mean? And it's all isolated and it's hard to get to, and it's this purified, rarefied air. Does that connect for you?
Yeah, I can definitely see like the target contacts in the context of what you're sharing here around that.
And it's
Yeah, I can.
amusing, right? Like to me, it's just amusing how the data stream presents data sometimes.
Yeah, and just this like entertainment place in a cave, kind of takes me back to like Plato's cave again. And the
Yes. Oh my God.
horses going in circles, like these animals are an artificial environment that's not like maybe healthy to them in
Yes.
ways. Yeah, and just also seeing like the story plastered over what's the kind of the deeper history of what's actually here and its purpose and everything.
Yes, right? Like there's just so much depth to this simple little connection. And because Jeff also had the wooden stairs of the Selena turtle or Turtleina. So I just thought that was kind of fun. And then when I was looking at CERN's Alice time projection chamber used for particle tracking and identification, and I see some parallels there to what I was describing and what it looks like. Did that surprise you a little bit?
Yeah, like a time projection chamber, like is so we've been talking about for the last 3 hours, right? Is that time as a projection of these other, universal properties and processes and everything?
It makes me think that what they're doing there maybe is something more to do with trying, because CERN admits that they're trying to uh experience or connect to or open a door to other universes, right?
Mhm.
That's kind of their mission statement on their website. And I wonder if the Alice project is more to do with what we're talking about, consciousness, these other realms that exist at different frequencies that we don't need technology to access, but they're using technologies to try to access. I think there's something to that. So again, if anybody in the audience works for CERN, works at CERN, works with CERN, and would like me to maybe review some stuff for them and help them out a little bit, or I don't know, I think that'd be interesting. Or if someone wants to task me with something that maybe would be interesting or relevant.
Yeah,
There's a
I
lot
think
of
the cynic in me tends to see some of these like superficial programs about finding more particles as more just like a jobs program for unemployed physicists, everything. So it's just kind of
oh,
like the military unacknowledged special access programs. Like everyone has their own little empire of need to know and everything, and that's like where their power is. So of course they don't share anything, and nobody knows anything of what's actually happening and going on.
yeah, and I think that that's the thing. I think sometimes I think even the physicists that are working there think, oh, this is what we're doing. But I'm like, is it really what you're doing? What happens when you go home? Like in the middle of the night, are you sure that that's the only thing that's happening? I think maybe other things are happening.
Hmm.
And then, yeah, this we looked at. This is just more about the Alice and the accurate interaction time and just some parallels with that. And this we talked about. So this is, I had left this out, I put it back in. The White City, there's some things here. Moscow is known as the White City, and I wonder if I was looking at and it ties into whatever. But I wonder if I was looking at a place for some ethnic groups in the same way that we talked about Mount Sinai for the Jewish people, and I saw the Hindus going down their path. I saw that the Chinese have the dragon route. I saw different paths. I wonder if the White City was maybe not necessarily for the ethnic Russians. I think maybe for the peoples who built the original Moscow White City. I don't know, Tartarians, but I think that if you look up the White City for Moscow, you find out that there were these structures that were built that were not what we see today, that were more enormous, more complex, that could not have been built with a chisel and a hammer, with quarried marble on a donkey's back, like that kind of. So I wonder if there's a relationship between this white city that I saw and the civilization, whether it's Tartaria, whatever you people want to call it, ancient civilization that was maybe more advanced, that built some of the advanced structures that we see around us that we misattribute to
Yeah.
other groups.
Yes, I so much comes at me in this image, honestly. Like
Oh,
the immediate connection I made was with the arches, kind of resembling the vast cathedral. People are kind of wandering in and going in through these gates. Rather than being depicted as this ornate solid gold and so on, it's depicted as this fleeting material, this water, this ice that's like the conditions in the environment are not matching. The temperature is too high, so it's just like melting and dissolving in some ways. And I wonder if that's related to like we spoke of this like abandoned system perhaps that's being there. Like maybe this is like speaking about like some cleanup that's going on in the system on some level. And because I was thinking of like neglect, abandoned, steamy, ancient cities are now like submerged, flooded. Um, living on this, the song lyric is like halfway there, living on a prayer. Like that's about like a downtrodden couple on hard times, like
oh,
trying
is
to,
it?
yeah, about like they're trying to keep their faith throughout the struggles, and that's going to be worth it. And they have each other. So it's kind of like love is the answer again, I think, through all, even if parts of reality or, we all go through this in life, like we experience disillusion and disappointment and like,
Yes.
wake up kind of and kind of see that we kind of operating below our potentiality or like we're kind of neglecting our self-love, for example. It's like, yeah, but like you having, compassion, it's like we can move through that. And there is something on the other side. So it does look like there's like a way up. There's like it's that gray tube. I'm not sure like what's your experience of that tube there?
Yeah, it's a way up, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like
Yeah.
the Plato's cave again.
Yes, right?
Yeah.
That super exaltation. And this again, I saw it very vividly, very clearly. And I tried to draw what I saw, obviously very difficult for me. I keep saying that I have to take drawing lessons, but then I don't. I watch videos on YouTube where artists draw things and they teach you how to draw them, and I try to replicate it and it doesn't look at all the same.
Yeah.
I have to get Naeem to come and teach me how to draw.
Yeah, I've dumped some money fairly into these online drawing courses I just haven't touched yet. So I'm in the same boat as you. And it was funny because I remember when we shared the notes before. So you said like you couldn't find this one slide, and it took a while for you to dig in to find it and to share it and everything. And it's like it does add quite a different dimension. Like I kind of wonder what's behind misplacing and so on.
Yes, definitely. And also, I'm so glad you told me the story of the song because I know that like I can sing that part of it, living on a prayer halfway there, but I don't know the song. I don't know the lyrics. I didn't know the story behind it. I don't know who
Hmm,
sings it. Like, oh no, I do. Dixon mentioned it. What did he say? Is it Bon Jovi?
I think so. Yeah,
Okay,
we
but
keep
I
getting
didn't
the
know
math
that
getting
that
us
was a
wrong, but
story. I didn't know that that was a story. So then you see this as very hopeful then.
yeah, I do.
That there's
Um,
like a cleanup and like a
Yeah, it's like there's like the waters of that reality again, and it's like that was the place where there was like the false light ruling, and that's this fire was there, but now this water's coming instead, and you can take it a few different directions
I
there.
like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I like that a lot. In chat, tell us what your interpretations are if you want to, and we'll read them out.
Hmm.
Because this is the one where I had taken it out. I had shared my session with someone, and I had taken out a few things, a few pages that I was like, I don't want to. I don't know. And then this is one of the ones that I had taken out. But now I'm like, oh, I like the way you see it. I'm going to see it that way too. Here is data from Jeff from the group live stream, where I had tasked a group of remote viewers to remote view the hill back in April. And this was from his session. And I just thought, as soon as I saw the stairway in his session, it reminded me of the salt mine. And he does have stairway down into a cave, and that idea of national treasure movie. So again, I think that what you said, the allegory of Plato's cave. I think that's a good hit for his data.
Yeah.
Right? And the torch and the flame and the flickering flame, like it's so on target.
Yeah. National Treasure is kind of a funny movie too. It's about like there's like some secret, it's like Da Vinci Code, but like involving like US founding and everything. And there's like some pile of gold somewhere they're going to use to like make the national debt go away magically. And
I've seen that one. It has Nicolas Cage, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that one I've seen. Something with the Constitution. I don't remember all the details, but the Constitution.
It's got a map on the back of it.
Right. I love those. I like those kind of stories.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as a summary, this is the data. This is not truth. This is not my opinion. This is not Michael's opinions. This is just the data that came through me from the data stream in relation to the target of the hill from the telepathy tapes. The hill appears to be one of many constructs that exists. It's a type of technology. It's not just a naturally emergent soul space. So it's designed. It's been made, and I would say every person that goes there makes it again and stronger, and right, because you're contributing your coherence, you're contributing your frequency, you're instantiating it to some extent. So just by going there, you're co-building it. It is related to the afterlife. These are artificial or constructed realms constructed by technology so vastly beyond us that we are primitive cavemen in comparison. We can go to realms coded for our group naturally, and our group can be our belief system, our ethnicity, other kinds of groups that we feel ourselves associated with or belonging to. We can work to reach the right soul frequency to access the realms that are made for other groups, so you can go to other groups, places. There are security measures in place for the hill to keep out those who don't belong. Maybe the military have a hard time getting in there through natural means, so they have to use tech. And yeah, there's an interest from the military in those places. So then we have data suggesting neglect, abandonment, worn out gears that cause errors in the data that manifests as our reality or our universe. We can exit this artificial construct that's been abandoned to go to active realms. And this is a summary that I wrote before, obviously, we had these conversations. So now I'm like, oh, I kind of see things a little bit more hopefully. There's some realms that are more actively monitored or engaged with. And then to leave these places, to avoid being dissolved or torn apart or having our dissolved energy recycled in some kind of an automated process, we have to strengthen and sharpen our will. We have to be pure, joyful, and strong in our choices. We have to live clean lives. And I put moral here, like, yeah, don't, like, transcendent, desires, not wants, things that are pure and strong and good, I think. But that might be my overlay. Undistracted by animal instincts, addiction, fetishes, and then develop a sharpness of intention. And find the keys. Don't follow the crowd to avoid dissolution. Some of the secrets, dissolution seems to be, from how I experienced it, an annihilation of self. I didn't really talk too much about it, maybe censored some of the data, but basically I'm putting a little bit of that here. The idea of energy being captured for reuse and data being stored, but yourself is dissolved. That's a weirdness. Your agentic self, let's say, is your soul that has will or agency, and it chooses. And desire is different from wants. We talked about this. You want this and that, but you desire with an intense focus. And here's the important thing that eliminates all other choices. And I think that's the point. When you kind of want sex, you don't care who it's with. When you desire someone, everybody else falls away. You don't see anybody else at the bar. Or if you're married and you desire your wife, you don't see any other woman around you. And it's the same with anything else that we want versus desire. You want a fancy car like everybody else has, you look at what everybody else has and you buy that. If you desire that, I don't know, Aston Martin, Jaguar, I don't know what kind of car people desire, but because I think more men desire than women for cars, but then all other choices fall away and you just have that one desire. So I think that that's part of what you can use to help guide yourself between, is this what I want or is this what I desire? Wants are self-indulgent, they're soft and weak, and they're dirtied by human animal attributes, whereas desires are sharp, they're strong, they're pure. And this might be my personality overlay, but to me, it felt that they're elevating. I think we're misled by using desire, the term desire, for sexual wants. I think there's a difference between lust and sexual desire. I put here, desire is when you intend for a communion with the entirety of that other soul, and all the other choices become irrelevant, and there's a complexity to it. It's not just about meeting your temporary physical needs. And I think I don't know, I think most people have felt the difference between wanting someone and then desiring them someone, where it's like, I want all of you, every part of you. I want to integrate you into my being. I want to integrate myself into your being. That is different from, I would like to have sex with you very passionately right now, right? There's a very distinct difference. And I think that it's something to kind of track and be aware of. And if it's the latter, maybe pass. And if it's the former, then maybe that's the path that you should be on, right? And then the secret is this reality seems to also be like the hill, in that we are frequency matched to it. Understanding that profoundly will help you as a remote viewer to go to other places, to bilocate, all these other things. This reality seems to be more tangible to us in some ways, but I don't think that it's more real in the way that we think of it. It's just the same kind of data grid. It just has slightly different properties. The data that was collected today was collected using my full spectrum illumination system of remote viewing. And I do, like I said at the beginning, I have a new course beginning November 1st. It'll be level 1, introduction. And as I said in the beginning, it is exclusive. I don't take anyone because I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste mine. I don't want you to waste your money. So I don't want to take students that are maybe just not quite ready for it yet. But if I feel like you're ready for it, you have the potential, you have the mind for it, it takes a certain amount of mental discipline. And I think Michael can speak to that. But it does work to unlock psychic ability like no other remote viewing system does. And like I said, you can see the testimonials on the website. Michael wrote such a beautiful, I teared up, testimonial for me. And so you guys can go with that on the website if you want to. It is going to be expensive. I'm just looking at prices now. Yeah, I haven't shown it. I was looking at what other people are charging for their introduction to CRV. CRV is just controlled remote viewing. You're kind of getting maybe more basic target contact in some ways. And they're charging, from what I'm seeing, between $1,200 and $3,000 for the introduction to CRV. So I'm going to price mine accordingly because I think it's worth what you're getting from it. I do want people to vote. If you're in chat right now, or if you're watching this after the live has ended, can you please help me pick the logo? So I have these two options. What do you think, Michael? Do you like the hexagon or do you like the rectangle?
My tastes have been kind of heavily influenced by our, monochromatic society, but I like sort of like the creamy, honeyed sort of FSI on the left. I like the kind of the ornateness and everything there. It's classy. I like it.
Okay, good. I like it too. I really want. I'm hoping more people will vote for the hexagon because that's the one that I want to do. So we'll see what people say, how people think. But please feel free to vote hexagon or burst of light logo. Because
I also want to say too that the Magic the Noise does monthly live streams that I like to join, and I think that's available more or less to the public as well. So if you feel like like that, for me, that's where I started out. Basically, I did some pretty shoddy sessions at the start. Like maybe a couple of things got past muster and got the contact there, but if you're sticking with it, it's like you're training your awareness and your perceptions, your intent. That Sasha spoke to as well, and sort of get like a taste for what data feels like. If you're new to remote viewing, there as well. Sasha, so is Sasha. So just, stick with it and have faith in yourself, and that, the universe wants to communicate, wonderful things to you, like that you ask for. So just a matter of just like leaning in. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. And I think that's really true. And, for the audience, yeah, Michael, you started freeform, no formal training in remote viewing, and you started submitting your work, and there was enough target contact there that I was like, I can include you. And I do, if people submit their work, if there's enough target contact, and if I can see that you've, if it's all in English, and you've put effort into it, with Michael, yeah, I could see like, okay, this person has had no training, formal,
Legibility too.
but the data was there. I could see the pattern in the data, and you were hitting it, and you were getting it in interesting ways. And I think that's also part of it as well, is having someone do the kind of analysis so that when they look at your data, they're not just looking, does his sketch match the picture of the target? Because then you're going to discount a lot of people who are hitting the target, but in more subtle ways. Maybe they have metaphor, maybe, right? And so I think it's about showing it to someone who can look at it and say, I see that you have contact with the data pattern, and that's all I need to see. And then your data is included in the live stream, the monthly. And I do, with you, Michael, even before the FSI training, there was a progression. You're working with a group of people. You're doing it every month, and you just got better. And then you did the training, and now your work is spectacular. I hope people go check out the April live stream. You personally weren't in the live stream, but your data was, and it was spectacular.
I know. I'm kicking myself for that.
No. At some point you should make your own video about it, or
Yeah,
we could do a video about it if you wanted to do one with us and with myself and David, or myself, and then we could just put that on our unlisted channel. I would be happy to, because it was one of those sessions where it was just exciting to see the data, and I'm always happy to kind of have that kind of content. Paul Shields, thank you for voting for the hexagon. I appreciate that. And are there any slides left? Let's see if we have slides left. Oh yeah, this is, if you go to the Magic in the Noise website, magicinthenoise.com, and then you go to About FSI, you can read a little about it there, and you can fill out the form if you want to know more, or you can just go to the Full Spectrum Illumination training. And right now it's not quite available to I don't want people signing up directly for it. I want to just maybe hear from them a little bit, and maybe have them do a target and kind of just see where they're at. Even if you're a beginner, just get a sense of it. And yeah, so like, I'm not famous like the other instructors who are charging a lot more for their courses, but my system works. And so, yeah. So for the pricing, it'll be comparable to everything that's out there from other people. I think that's fair. And also, I am working so that in 2026, I want Magic in the Noise to be in a position to kind of, try to figure out how we can fund more remote viewers, right? Because I think it's amazing to be able to produce great remote viewers, but then you have to be able to then, okay, let's do things with you. You have all this talent, you have all this skill, and let's put that to good use. So, closing thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, just on this topic of the afterlife, like one of the quotes that kind of stood out for me a lot, just in my own reading and so on, is from like the channel basically called the Cassiopeia Experiment, which is that people become what they give to life, ultimately.
I like that. People become what they give to life. That's very inspiring and elevating. And I think it's true. I believe that as well. I think, life, you will find the meaning that you put into it. So you can live a meaningless life, and you can be an NPC, but you can also choose differently. And the system notices, right? That's, I think, one of the takeaways for me, is that the system notices if you make choices, if you make meaning, if you become a contributor to the Akashic Records by doing things that are new and different and complex. I think it likes that. I just want to thank you so much for doing this with me. This was so much fun for me. And I love these kind of conversations, and it's rare to be able to have them. So I really appreciate you taking the time tonight, Michael, to sit down with me. And there was so much data, and I kept sending you more and more slides. So
And we just kept talking too, but we had had slides to get through also.
it was so good. And I want the audience to, I hope the audience recognizes, like, Michael is very knowledgeable about these kinds of topics. You've done so much reading. You need to have a website where you have like a reading list, and I would look through it to see what I need to be reading next. But yeah, so I was hoping you would bring that to this, and you really did, and provided a lot of insights that are helpful. And so I really appreciated that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always enjoy networking with people and learning about these topics together, and like find these kind of spaces where we can, free from like the Overton window and like the the frequency fence and all that kind of stuff, where we can find people who are kind of like of like mind and like curiosity, and are just kind of open to seeing what the world is. The world's like.
Yeah. Yeah, and so if you want to see more of Michael's work, you can check out the live streams that we do every month, and you'll see his work there. Wait, what was the last one? I don't even remember.
That was the Baltic Sea anomaly.
Oh yes.
I wasn't on camera for that, but I was just in the chat, following along
Yes,
as closely as I
that's
could
right.
with my
Yeah, that one
phone.
that one has found a bit of an audience for it. So yeah, so if you're interested in remote viewing, check that out. If you're interested in seeing more of Michael's work, that's where it is right now. And if you're interested in seeing more of my work, you're on the right channel. Just go to the videos tab and you can see some of my work. I don't make videos often enough. It's just so much work, and I'm always drowning in work. And so, but I do upload as much as I can, as frequently as I can. Like I said, tomorrow I'll be uploading a conversation I had with John Dixon on Patreon for the top tier members there. The top tier is $7 a month, so it's not it's not going to break the bank, but it does help support just for things like paying for the StreamYard subscription, so I can make these live streams the way I do, and just other things like that, the website and things like that. And so the conversation with John Dixon is very different because of the different personalities. That's why I wanted to have it with both Michael and John Dixon, to have the different takes on it. And and so with John Dixon, I didn't go through slides, I didn't go through data. We just had a bit of a conversation about some of these different themes in the data, and we talked about things that unfortunately YouTube would censor, and so that's why I'm going to be putting that on Patreon. But this was fantastic. I had a great time, and I want to thank everyone in chat. Thank you to the Troubled Minds and the Troubled Minds crowd. You guys are always so welcome. I'm always happy to see you guys here. And Paul Shields, Salcedo, Paranormal, and Stephen Halls, who always has really good insights for symbols and symbolism and the meanings behind it. Pedro Not Pascal was giving us good info throughout the video as well. So yeah, just thank you to everyone for participating, and thank you for being here. And there will be more videos coming soon. We have a live stream at the end of October, the 25th, and you'll be able to see Michael's work along with other remote viewers' work on the public target. And I have more video about the pole shift frequencies, Schumann resonance, the Earth's magnetic field and how we can tune in and out of it, why Elon Musk cannot go to Mars, why we can't actually have a colony on Mars. I have videos coming about all of those things and more. And so subscribe if you haven't, and keep kind of coming and seeing if there's new content here, because you may not always get notifications, especially in the new year with YouTube doing things differently. And that's all for me. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you so much, the chat. Thank you, everyone. And that's it. Good night.
Yeah, take care, everybody.